Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Mists of Ravenloft. In the vast tapestry of existence, where countless realms drift like islands in an endless sea of possibility, there exists a domain unlike any other. A prison wrapped in mist and shadow, where time moves in circles and hope dies 1,000 deaths each dawn. This is Barovia, the cursed realm of Count Strahd von Zarovich, a land where the very fabric of reality bends to the will of its dark master, and where the distinction between nightmare and truth has long since been forgotten. The mists that surround this accursed valley are not merely weather, nor simple fog that might be burned away by morning sun. They are the bars of a prison cell that spans dimensions, reaching tendrils into the material plane to ensnare the innocent and the guilty alike. These vapors taste of copper and despair, carrying within them whispers of the damned and the echoes of choices that can never be unmade. They respond not to wind or temperature, but to will, the iron will of the one who commands them, who has made them his eternal servants in maintaining his dominion over both the living and the dead. To understand the true horror of these mists, one must first comprehend their purpose. They are not random manifestations of supernatural power, but precise instruments of cosmic justice, or perhaps cosmic cruelty. They reach across the planes of existence, drawn to those who carry within themselves the seeds of great heroism or great villainy, for it is such souls that provide the most exquisite torment for their master. When the mists descend upon travelers, they do not simply transport them to another place. They transport them to another kind of existence entirely, one where the rules of mortality and morality are rewritten by the whims of a creature who has forgotten what it means to be human. The realm itself bears the scars of its master's corruption. Barovia is a land trapped in eternal autumn, where the leaves never quite finish falling and the harvest never quite comes to completion. The very soil seems reluctant to give forth life, as if the earth itself recoils from what it has been forced to sustain. Rivers run sluggish and dark, their waters reflecting not the sky above, but some deeper darkness that dwells within the valley's heart. The mountains that ring this cursed domain rise like the walls of a cathedral built to worship despair, their peaks shrouded in clouds that never part to reveal the stars beyond. Here, in this twilight realm, dwells Count Strahd von Zarovich, warrior, nobleman, scholar, and monster. He is the Alpha and Omega of Barovia's existence, the beginning and end of every story told within its borders. His presence permeates every stone of every building, every drop of water in every well, every breath of air that fills the lungs of his subjects. He is not merely the ruler of this domain, he is its very essence, its dark heart beating with a rhythm that sets the pace for all existence within the mists. The castle that bears his name stands as a monument to his fall from grace, its spires reaching toward heavens that no longer hear his prayers. Castle Ravenloft is more than a fortress. It is a physical manifestation of its master's psyche, its corridors twisting and turning according to his moods, its rooms shifting and changing to reflect the labyrinthine nature of his tormented mind. Within its walls, time moves at his command. Guests age and wither, or remain forever unchanged according to his whim, and reality itself bends to accommodate the delusions of a creature who has lived too long with too much power and too little hope of redemption. But Strahd did not begin as a monster. This truth lies at the heart of Barovia's tragedy, and the source of its master's greatest torment. He was once a man of honor, a general who led armies in defense of his homeland, a brother who loved deeply, and a lord who sought to protect his people from the darkness that pressed in from all sides. His transformation from hero to villain was not a sudden corruption, but a gradual erosion of the soul, each compromise and desperate choice leading him further from the light, until darkness became not his enemy, but his only companion. The curse that binds him to this realm is not simply a punishment but a mirror, a reflection of the choices he made and the price he was willing to pay for power over death itself. In seeking to conquer mortality, he achieved immortality, but at the cost of everything that made life worth living. In grasping for absolute control, he found himself absolutely powerless to change the one thing that mattered most, the past that haunts him with each passing century. Every soul that enters Barovia becomes part of Strahd's story, whether they know it or not. The mists do not choose their victims randomly. They select those whose presence will either provide entertainment for their master or serve as instruments of his ongoing torment. Heroes arrive to challenge him, lovers appear to remind him of what he has lost, and enemies manifest to give him purpose in his otherwise endless existence. Each new arrival is both a gift and a curse, offering the possibility of change, while simultaneously reinforcing the patterns that bind him to his fate. The people of Barovia exist in a state of perpetual twilight, neither fully alive nor completely dead. They go through the motions of life, working their fields, raising their children, gathering in their taverns to share stories and ale, but always with the knowledge that their existence serves the pleasure of their dark lord. They are not merely subjects, they are playthings, their hopes and fears the raw material from which Strahd crafts his elaborate games of power and manipulation. Yet even in this realm of shadow and despair, there exists a peculiar form of beauty. It is the beauty of the sublime, the terrible magnificence that comes from witnessing power beyond mortal comprehension. The castle's Gothic architecture speaks to something deep within the human soul, a recognition of our own capacity for both creation and destruction. The misty valleys and darkened forests hold secrets that call to those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. Even Strahd himself, monster though he has become, retains traces of the nobility that once defined him, making his fall all the more tragic and his presence all the more compelling. This is the paradox of Barovia. It is a realm of absolute evil, ruled by a creature capable of absolute love, a prison maintained by a being who longs for nothing more than freedom, a hell created by someone who once dreamed of paradise. Every element of the domain reflects this fundamental contradiction, from the roses that bloom black in Strahd's garden to the wine that tastes of both sweetness and sorrow. The mists that brought visitors to this accursed realm also serve as its chroniclers, carrying within their vaporous embrace the memories of all who have entered and the echoes of their fates. They whisper of heroes who came seeking glory and found only graves, of lovers who thought their devotion could redeem the irredeemable, of scholars who believed knowledge could unlock the secrets of the curse, and of adventurers who simply found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time, when the supernatural fog descended. But perhaps most tragic of all are the whispers of Strahd himself, caught in moments of solitude when his guard is down and his true nature shows through the mask of aristocratic control. In these rare instances, the mists carry not the commands of a tyrant or the threats of a monster, but the prayers of a man who has forgotten how to pray, the tears of a soul that has forgotten how to weep, and the desperate hope of a heart that has forgotten how to hope. As we delve deeper into the chronicles of this cursed realm, we must remember that every horror has its origin in humanity. Every monster was once a man, and every curse began with a choice. The story of Strahd von Zarovich and his domain of Barovia is not merely a tale of supernatural evil, but a reflection of the darkness that dwells within us all, the capacity for love to become obsession, for protection to become control, and for the desire to preserve life to become an embrace of unlife. The mists continue to swirl around the borders of this realm, patient and eternal, waiting for the next souls to ensnare in their master's web of tragedy and torment. They are the heralds of destiny, the shepherds of fate, and the silent witnesses to one of the greatest falls from grace in the annals of mortal history. And in their endless dance around the valley of Barovia, they remind us that some prisons are built not by gods or devils, but by our own choices, and that the most terrible hells are those we create for ourselves. Chapter 2. The Fall of a Noble Heart. The greatest tragedies are not born from evil hearts, but from noble ones that have been twisted by circumstance and choice, until virtue becomes vice, and love becomes the very instrument of damnation. In the annals of mortal folly, few tales illustrate this truth more completely than the fall of Strahd von Zarovich, a man whose heroic nature became the foundation of his monstrous transformation. Before the curse, before the castle, before the mists that would one day answer to his call, there lived in the realm of Barovia a young nobleman whose name was spoken with reverence, and whose deeds inspired songs that echoed through mountain halls. Strahd von Zarovich was born to privilege, but it was a privilege earned through generations of service to crown and country. The von Zarovich bloodline had produced warriors, scholars, and leaders for centuries, each adding their own chapter to a legacy built upon honor, duty, and sacrifice. From his earliest days, Strahd displayed the qualities that would define both his rise and his eventual fall. He possessed an intellect sharp enough to master any subject he turned his attention to, whether it be the art of war, the intricacies of statecraft, or the mysteries of arcane knowledge. His physical prowess matched his mental acuity. He could wield a sword with deadly precision, command troops with inspiring authority, and endure hardships that would break lesser men. But perhaps most importantly, he possessed a heart capable of profound love, a capacity that would prove to be both his greatest strength and his ultimate weakness. The land of Barovia in those days was a realm under siege, though not from armies of flesh and blood. Ancient evils pressed against its borders, creatures of shadow and nightmare that sought to claim the fertile valleys and proud mountains for their own dark purposes. The enemies that Strahd faced were not mere bandits or rival kingdoms, but manifestations of primal chaos, undead horrors that rose from forgotten battlefields, demonic entities that slipped through tears in reality, and fell sorcerers who had traded their humanity for power over death itself. It was in this crucible of conflict that Strahd von Zarovich forged his legend. He did not merely fight these enemies, he studied them, learning their weaknesses and adapting his tactics to exploit every vulnerability. He understood that conventional warfare was insufficient against supernatural foes, and so he delved into forbidden texts and consulted with learned scholars to develop new strategies for combating the forces of darkness. His methods were unorthodox, sometimes requiring him to use the enemy's own dark knowledge against them, but they were effective. The young general's campaigns became the stuff of legend. He led his armies across treacherous mountain passes to strike at undead legions before they could gather their full strength. He ventured into haunted forests where lesser men would lose their minds to terror, emerging victorious with the heads of nightmare beasts as trophies. He negotiated with entities that existed between life and death, securing temporary alliances that allowed his forces to focus on more pressing threats. With each victory, his reputation grew, and with each triumph, the people of Barovia looked upon him not merely as their protector, but as their savior. Yet even as Strahd achieved glory on the battlefield, the constant exposure to darkness began to leave its mark upon his soul. Fighting monsters day after day, year after year, requires a man to develop a certain hardness of heart, a willingness to make choices that would horrify those who have never faced such desperate circumstances. Strahd found himself authorizing tactics that his younger self would have considered unconscionable, burning entire villages to prevent the spread of supernatural plagues, executing prisoners who showed signs of otherworldly corruption, and studying captured enemies in ways that bordered on torture in his quest to understand their nature. The transformation was gradual, so subtle, that even Strahd himself did not recognize it at first. He told himself that these harsh measures were necessary, that the preservation of the innocent justified any means required to achieve it. He convinced himself that his growing fascination with dark magic was purely academic, a tool to be mastered in service of the greater good. He rationalized his increasing isolation from normal human contact as the natural burden of leadership, never recognizing that he was slowly severing the bonds that connected him to his own humanity. It was during the siege of the fortress of Berez that Strahd first encountered the woman who would become both his salvation and his doom. Tatiana was not a warrior or a sorceress, but a healer who had come to tend the wounded in the aftermath of a particularly brutal battle. She possessed a beauty that was more than mere physical perfection. There was something luminous about her presence, a quality of compassion and purity that seemed to cleanse the very air around her. When Strahd first looked upon her face, he felt something stir within his battle-hardened heart that he had thought lost forever. In Tatiana, Strahd saw everything that he had sacrificed in his long war against darkness. She represented innocence preserved, hope maintained, and love given freely without thought of cost or consequence. She moved through the field hospitals like an angel of mercy, her gentle touch bringing comfort to the dying, and her soft words offering solace to those who had seen too much horror. Watching her work, Strahd began to remember what he was fighting for, not just the abstract concept of protecting the innocent, but the preservation of all that was good and pure and worthy in the world. Their courtship was a thing of stolen moments between campaigns, brief interludes of peace in a life dominated by war. Strahd would return from months in the field, his armor stained with the ichor of unnatural enemies, his mind heavy with the weight of command decisions, only to find in Tatiana's presence a respite from the burden of his responsibilities. She did not shy away from the darkness that clung to him like a second skin, but neither did she encourage it. Instead, she offered him a vision of what life could be once the wars were won, once peace was restored to the land. But even as love bloomed between them, Strahd's war against the supernatural continued to exact its toll. Each campaign required him to delve deeper into forbidden knowledge, to employ increasingly desperate tactics against enemies that seemed to grow more powerful with each passing season. He began to study necromancy not out of fascination with death, but from a grim recognition that understanding his enemy's power over the undead was essential to defeating them. He negotiated with devils, not because he desired their gifts, but because their knowledge of infernal hierarchies could provide insights into the supernatural forces arrayed against him. The irony was not lost on those who knew him best. In order to preserve life, Strahd was becoming intimately familiar with death. In order to protect the innocent, he was learning the ways of the guilty. In order to defend the light, he was walking ever deeper into darkness. His brother Sergei, younger and more idealistic, often questioned these methods, arguing that there had to be another way, that victory achieved through such means was no victory at all. But Strahd, bearing the weight of command and the responsibility for thousands of lives, could not afford such luxuries as moral purity. The campaigns of those years read like a catalogue of nightmares conquered and horrors vanquished. Strahd led his forces against the Lich Lord Kazan, whose undead armies had terrorized the northern provinces for decades, finally destroying the ancient evil in its own tower of bone and shadow. He confronted the demon prince Chernivog in single combat, wielding weapons blessed by priests of a dozen different faiths to banish the fiend back to the abyss. He unraveled the plots of the vampire coven that had been secretly ruling the city of Valaki, exposing their corruption and purging their influence from the noble houses they had infected. With each victory, Strahd's legend grew, but so did the distance between himself and the man he had once been. The young nobleman who had first taken up arms in defense of his homeland had possessed clear moral boundaries, lines he would never cross regardless of the cost. That man was slowly being replaced by a harder, more pragmatic figure, one who understood that in a war against absolute evil, absolute measures were sometimes required. The turning point came during the campaign against the Death Knight Azalin, a former paladin who had fallen to undeath and now commanded legions of spectral warriors. The battle raged for weeks across the Svalich Pass, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Strahd's forces were being ground down by attrition, his supplies running low, and winter approaching rapidly. In desperation, he made a choice that would haunt him for centuries to come. He opened negotiations with a coven of hags who possessed knowledge of Ezelin's weaknesses. The hags' price was steep. They demanded that Strahd perform a ritual that would bind a portion of his life force to theirs, creating a connection that would allow them to draw upon his vitality in exchange for their arcane knowledge. It was a Faustian bargain, one that would forever link Strahd to creatures of evil, but he saw no alternative. The information they provided allowed him to exploit a flaw in Ezelin's defenses, leading to the Death Knight's destruction and the salvation of Barovia's armies. The victory was complete, but the cost was higher than Strahd had anticipated. The ritual had left him changed in subtle but profound ways. His connection to the natural world felt diminished, as if some essential part of his humanity had been bartered away. Colors seemed less vivid, food lost much of its taste, and even his relationship with Tatiana felt somehow muted, as if he were experiencing it through a veil of distance that had not been there before. It was then that Strahd began to truly understand the price of his choices. Each compromise had seemed small at the time, each dark bargain justified by necessity, but together they had accumulated into something far greater than the sum of their parts. He had traded away pieces of his soul so gradually that he had not noticed their absence until it was too late to reclaim them. The hero, who had once fought to preserve life and protect the innocent, had become something darker, something that walked the line between salvation and damnation. Yet still, Tatiana loved him. Despite the changes she undoubtedly sensed, despite the shadows that now clung to him like old friends, she continued to see in him the noble heart that had first won her affection. Her faith in his essential goodness became both his anchor and his torment, a reminder of what he had been, and a mirror that reflected what he was becoming. In her presence, he could still feel echoes of his former self, but those echoes grew fainter with each passing day. The final campaign of Strahd's military career was against a coalition of supernatural enemies who had united under the banner of a powerful vampire lord, known only as the Ancient. This creature had existed for millennia, accumulating power and knowledge while lesser beings rose and fell around him. He commanded not only the undead, but also the loyalty of cultists, demons, and other creatures that fed on suffering and despair. The Ancient represented everything that Strahd had spent his life fighting against, a being so thoroughly corrupted by evil that redemption was not merely impossible, but inconceivable. The war against the Ancient lasted 3 years and cost Strahd nearly everything he held dear. Entire battalions were lost to the vampire lord's minions, brave officers were corrupted and turned against their former comrades, and the very land itself seemed to sicken under the influence of such concentrated evil. Strahd found himself forced to make increasingly desperate choices, employing tactics that would have horrified his younger self, all in service of a war that seemed to have no end. It was during the siege of the Ancient stronghold that Strahd made the choice that would define the rest of his existence. Faced with the prospect of defeat and the loss of everything he had sworn to protect, he sought out the most dangerous knowledge of all, the secrets of lichdom, the path to immortality through undeath. He told himself that it was a temporary measure, a strategic necessity that would allow him to continue fighting even if his mortal form was destroyed. He convinced himself that once the Ancient was defeated, he would find a way to reverse the transformation and return to his mortal life with Tatiana. The ritual that would grant him immortality required sacrifices, not just of magical components and arcane energies, but of living souls. Strahd told himself that the cultists and minions of the Ancient, who provided these sacrifices, deserved their fate, that their deaths served the greater good by fueling magic that would ultimately save countless innocent lives. He performed the ceremony in the depths of the Ancient's own fortress, using the vampire lord's sanctum as the site of his own transformation. When the ritual was complete, Strahd rose as something more than mortal but less than alive, a creature of immense power and terrible purpose. He confronted the Ancient in single combat, wielding magic that no living being could hope to master, and destroyed the vampire lord utterly. The victory was absolute, the supernatural threat eliminated, and Barovia saved from an eternity of darkness. But the price of that victory was everything that Strahd had held dear. The transformation had changed him in ways that went far beyond the physical, altering the very nature of his soul. He was no longer the man who had fallen in love with Tatiana, no longer the hero who had fought to preserve life and protect the innocent. He had become something else entirely, a creature caught between life and death, between salvation and damnation, between the love that had once defined him and the darkness that now consumed him. When Strahd returned to Castle Ravenloft as the victorious general, he found that his triumph had cost him the one thing that mattered most. Tatiana looked upon him with eyes that no longer held recognition, seeing not her beloved but something wearing his face. The connection they had shared was broken, severed by the transformation that had saved his people but destroyed his humanity. In seeking to preserve everything he loved, Strahd had lost the capacity to love at all, and so began the true tragedy of Strahd von Zarevich, not the fall of a villain, but the corruption of a hero who had sacrificed everything for the greater good, only to discover that the greatest good of all had been within himself, and he had traded it away one compromise at a time, until nothing remained but the shell of greatness wrapped around a heart that had forgotten how to beat with anything other than the rhythm of damnation. Chapter 3. Tatiana's Eternal Dance. Love, in its purest form, is perhaps the most powerful force in all existence, capable of inspiring the greatest acts of heroism and the most terrible depths of obsession. When love becomes entangled with death, when mortal affection transcends the boundaries of life itself, it creates patterns that echo through eternity, binding souls together in cycles of hope and despair that no power in heaven or hell seems able to break. Such is the curse of Tatiana, whose very existence has become the axis around which the tragedy of Barovia revolves. To understand Tatiana is to grasp one of the fundamental truths about the nature of the curse that binds Strahd to his domain. She is not merely a woman who lived and died centuries ago, but a soul whose essence has become woven into the fabric of reality itself. Her story is one of eternal recurrence, of a spirit so pure and so beloved that death itself cannot claim her completely, yet neither can she find true peace or freedom from the web of obsession that has ensnared her across the centuries. The original Tatiana was born in the village of Barovia during the darkest days of the supernatural wars that ravaged the land. Her family were simple folk, her father a blacksmith whose skills were much in demand during those troubled times, her mother a healer who tended to the wounded soldiers who passed through their village. From her earliest days, Tatiana displayed a luminous quality that set her apart from other children. It was not merely her physical beauty, though she possessed that in abundance, but something deeper, a radiance of spirit that seemed to cleanse the very air around her. Even as a child, Tatiana showed an intuitive understanding of healing that went far beyond her mother's teachings. She could soothe crying infants with a touch, calm frightened animals with a whispered word, bring comfort to the sick and dying in ways that seemed almost miraculous. The village priest spoke of her as being touched by divine grace, while the local wise women whispered that she carried within her the blessing of the nature spirits themselves. Whatever the source of her gift, it was clear that Tatiana was destined for something greater than the simple life of a village blacksmith's daughter. When the wars against the supernatural forces intensified, Tatiana's village became a way station for wounded soldiers and refugees fleeing the advancing darkness. It was natural that she would gravitate toward the field hospitals that sprang up around the village, her healing gifts making her invaluable to the overwhelmed physicians and priests who struggled to tend to the endless stream of casualties. It was in this capacity that she first encountered the young general, who would become both her greatest love and her eternal tormentor. The connection between Tatiana and Strahd was immediate and profound. a recognition that seemed to transcend mere physical attraction or romantic infatuation. Those who witnessed their first meeting spoke of it in terms usually reserved for describing divine miracles or cosmic events. When their eyes met across the chaos of the battlefield hospital, it was as if two halves of a sundered soul had found each other again after eons of separation. The very air around them seemed to shimmer with an almost visible energy, and for a moment, the sounds of war and suffering faded into insignificance. Their courtship unfolded against the backdrop of an ongoing apocalypse, stolen moments of tenderness between campaigns that grew increasingly desperate and brutal. Tatiana represented for Strahd everything that was worth fighting for, not just the abstract concept of protecting the innocent, but the embodiment of all that was pure and good and beautiful in the world. In her presence, he could remember who he had been before the weight of command, and the necessity of dark choices had begun to erode his humanity. For her part, Tatiana saw in Strahd not the hardened general or the student of forbidden arts, but the noble heart that beat beneath the armor of pragmatism and duty. She understood the burden he carried, the impossible choices he was forced to make, and the price he paid for each victory against the forces of darkness. Her love was not blind to his flaws or ignorant of the changes that his long war was working upon his soul, but it was unconditional, a pure flame that burned steadily, regardless of the shadows that gathered around it. It was this very purity that made Tatiana both Strahd's salvation and his damnation. Her love served as an anchor to his humanity, a reminder of what he was fighting to preserve, but it also became the measure by which he judged all his actions. Every compromise he made, every dark bargain he struck, every forbidden ritual he performed was weighed against the need to protect her and the world she represented. In seeking to make himself worthy of her love and capable of protecting her, he gradually became something that no longer deserved either. The tragedy of their relationship was that Tatiana's love remained constant even as Strahd's nature changed. She continued to see the man she had fallen in love with even as he transformed into something darker and more dangerous. Her faith in his essential goodness became both a comfort and a torment to him, a reminder of what he had been and a mirror that reflected what he was becoming. In her eyes he could still glimpse the hero he had once been, but that glimpse grew fainter with each passing day. As Strahd's transformation progressed, driven by the necessities of his war against supernatural evil, she saw herself in other times and places, living other lives but always connected to the same soul, the man she loved but changed, corrupted, lost to darkness. These visions came to her with increasing frequency as Strahd's final transformation approached, as if the universe itself was trying to warn her of what was to come. The dreams were vivid and terrible, showing her glimpses of a future where love had become obsession, where protection had become imprisonment, and where the desire to preserve life had led to an embrace of undeath. She saw herself dying again and again, each death followed by a rebirth that brought only renewed suffering. She witnessed countless versions of herself, all bearing her face and soul but living in different eras, all connected by the same tragic pattern of love and loss that seemed destined to repeat itself for all eternity. Despite these prophetic warnings, Tatiana could not bring herself to abandon the man she loved. Her compassion would not allow her to turn away from someone in pain, and she could see that Strahd was suffering even as he grew more powerful and distant. She believed, perhaps naively, perhaps with the wisdom of a pure heart, that love could redeem any soul, that even the darkest corruption could be cleansed by sufficient devotion and sacrifice. It was this belief that led to her presence at Castle Ravenloft on the night of Strahd's wedding to his brother Sergei. Tatiana had agreed to marry Sergei, not out of love, but out of a desperate hope that proximity to the von Zarevich family might allow her to help Strahd find his way back to the light. She planned to use her position as Sergei's wife to keep watch over Strahd, to offer him the support and guidance he needed to resist the darkness that was consuming him. But Tatiana had underestimated the depth of Strahd's transformation and the power of the obsession that had replaced his love. When she looked upon him at the wedding feast, She saw not the man she had fallen in love with, but something wearing his face, a creature of immense power and terrible hunger that focused upon her with an intensity that was both beautiful and terrifying. In that moment she finally understood the true meaning of her visions and the futility of her hopes for redemption. The confrontation that followed was brief but decisive. Strahd, driven by a jealousy and possessiveness that had been magnified beyond all reason by his transformation, murdered his brother in cold blood and declared his intention to claim Tatiana as his bride. The woman who had once offered him salvation now represented the final prize in his fall from grace, the one thing that could make his damnation complete. Faced with the reality of what Strahd had become, Tatiana made the only choice that remained to her. She chose death rather than become the possession of a monster. Her final act was one of defiance and tragedy, throwing herself from the highest tower of Castle Ravenloft, rather than submit to the twisted love of the creature her beloved had become. As she fell, her last words were not a curse or a condemnation, but a prayer, a plea to whatever powers governed fate and justice that Strahd might somehow find peace and redemption. But death, as Tatiana was to discover, was not the end of her story. The very purity of her soul, combined with the intensity of Strahd's obsession and the supernatural forces that had shaped his transformation, created a pattern that transcended mortality itself. Her essence became bound to the domain of Barovia, doomed to be reborn again and again in different forms, but always carrying within her the same luminous spirit that had first captured Strahd's heart. Each incarnation of Tatiana brought with her the same qualities that had defined the original: compassion, purity, healing gifts, and an inexplicable attraction to the Dark Lord of the domain. But each also carried the memories of her previous deaths, creating a layered consciousness that grew more complex and burdened with each cycle of rebirth. She remembered loving Strahd when he was still human. She remembered the horror of witnessing his transformation, and she remembered the agony of choosing death rather than become his unwilling bride. The cosmic cruelty of this arrangement was exquisite in its precision. Strahd was granted the eternal presence of the woman he loved, but she was forever beyond his reach, her very existence a reminder of what he had lost and could never reclaim. Each time he encountered her in a new incarnation, he was forced to relive the original tragedy, watching helplessly as she either fled from him in terror or chose death rather than accept his corrupt affection. For Tatiana's various incarnations, the curse was equally tormenting. They were drawn to Strahd by forces beyond their control, recognizing in him the echo of a love that had once been pure and beautiful, but they were also repelled by what he had become. Each incarnation faced the same impossible choice: submit to a creature of evil, or choose death, and ensure that the cycle would begin again, with yet another rebirth. Over the centuries, Tatiana has appeared in many forms throughout Barovia. Sometimes she is born into noble families, sometimes to peasants, sometimes she appears as a foundling with no memory of her origins. The specific details of her incarnations vary, but certain elements remain constant: her luminous beauty, her gift for healing, her pure heart, and her inevitable encounter with the Dark Lord, who both loves and destroys her. Some incarnations have tried to flee Barovia entirely, seeking to escape their fate by leaving the domain altogether. But the mists that surround the valley serve Strahd's will, and they invariably turn such fugitives back, depositing them exactly where the Dark Lord wishes them to be. Others have sought to arm themselves against him, learning the arts of war or magic in hopes of defeating the creature who pursues them. But mortal power, no matter how skillfully wielded, cannot stand against the accumulated might of centuries of undeath. A few incarnations have even tried to redeem Strahd, believing that love and compassion might yet heal the wounds in his soul and free them both from the cycle of tragedy. These attempts are perhaps the most heartbreaking of all, for they demonstrate that Tatiana's essential nature, her belief in the possibility of redemption, her willingness to sacrifice herself for others, remains unchanged, despite the accumulated trauma of her deaths and rebirths. The current incarnation, known as Ireena, carries within her all the accumulated memory and wisdom of her previous lives, yet she remains trapped in the same patterns that have defined her existence for centuries. She knows that Strahd will come for her, she understands the nature of his obsession, and she recognizes the futility of resistance. Yet she cannot help but hope that this time might be different, that somehow the cycle might be broken, and both she and Strahd might find peace. In the twisted logic of the curse, Tatiana's eternal dance serves a purpose beyond mere torment. She represents the one thing that could potentially redeem Strahd, if he could learn to love selflessly rather than possessively, if he could choose her happiness over his own desires, if he could find the strength to let her go. But such redemption would require him to overcome not just his own nature, but the very curse that binds him to the domain. And after centuries of failure, the possibility grows ever more remote. The tragedy of Tatiana is that she has become both the key to Strahd's salvation and the lock that keeps him bound to damnation. Her presence offers him the chance for redemption, but his obsession with possessing her ensures that he will never be worthy of the love he seeks. She is the eternal reminder of what he lost when he chose power over humanity, yet she is also the evidence that some part of his original nature still exists beneath the layers of corruption and evil. And so the dance continues, as it has for centuries, as it will for centuries to come unless some force greater than fate itself intervenes to break the pattern. Tatiana lives, loves, fears, and dies, only to be reborn again to face the same choices and meet the same fate. Her story is one of the most profound tragedies in all the realms of existence, a testament to the enduring power of love and the terrible price that obsession can exact upon both the pursuer and the pursued. Chapter 4. The Wedding Massacre. There exist moments in the tapestry of existence when the threads of fate converge to create events so profound in their horror that they echo through eternity, reshaping the very nature of reality around them. These are the moments when love transforms into hatred, when brotherhood becomes betrayal, and when a single act of violence tears open wounds in the world that will never heal. Such was the night of Sergei von Zarovich's wedding, when the bonds of family were severed by jealousy's blade, and paradise was transformed into a prison from which there could be no escape. Castle Ravenloft had never appeared more magnificent than on that fateful evening. Every stone had been polished to perfection, every tapestry hung with meticulous care, every candle placed to cast the most flattering light upon the assembled guests. The great hall blazed with warmth and celebration, its vaulted ceiling echoing with music and laughter, as the nobility of Barovia gathered to witness what they believed would be the happiest day in the von Zarovich family's long and illustrious history. The preparations had taken months, with Strahd himself overseeing every detail, with an attention to perfection that bordered on obsession. He claimed to be motivated by brotherly love and desire to see Sergei properly honored, but those closest to him recognized something darker in his intensity, a manic energy that spoke of desperate purposes hidden beneath the facade of familial devotion. The wedding was to be more than a celebration. It was to be a masterpiece of orchestrated beauty, a perfect moment that would crystallize in memory like amber preserving an insect for all eternity. Sergei von Zarovich, younger brother to the great general and heir to the family name, moved through the celebrations with the easy grace of one born to nobility but untouched by its burdens. Where Strahd had been forged by war and hardened by necessity, Sergei remained what his older brother had once been, idealistic, compassionate, and blessed with the kind of moral clarity that comes only to those who have never been forced to choose between competing evils. He possessed his brother's intelligence and charisma, but none of the shadows that years of supernatural warfare had cast upon Strahd's soul. The bride, Tatiana, appeared as radiant as a vision from the celestial realms themselves. Her wedding gown had been crafted by the finest seamstresses in the land, its silk catching the candlelight like captured moonbeams, its intricate embroidery telling stories of love, eternal and happiness assured. Yet those who looked closely might have noticed a certain tension in her bearing, a distant quality to her smile that suggested her thoughts were elsewhere, fixed upon concerns that had nothing to do with the joy of her wedding day. In truth, Tatiana's decision to marry Sergei had been born not of love, but of desperation. She had witnessed Strahd's gradual transformation, seen the darkness that was consuming the man she had once loved, and recognized that direct opposition to his growing obsession would only accelerate his fall into damnation. By becoming Sergei's wife, she hoped to position herself where she might still influence Strahd, might yet find some way to reach the remnants of his humanity and guide him back toward the light. It was a plan conceived in compassion but doomed by naivety. Tatiana underestimated the depth of Strahd's transformation and the possessive nature of the obsession that had replaced his love. To her, the marriage was a strategic sacrifice, a way of maintaining proximity to someone she still hoped to save. To Strahd, it was the ultimate betrayal, the theft of the one pure thing remaining in his increasingly corrupted world. As the evening progressed and the celebration reached its peak, Strahd played his role as devoted older brother with consummate skill. He offered toasts to the happy couple, his words carefully chosen to convey joy and familial pride, while revealing nothing of the storm raging within his transformed heart. He danced with the bride as tradition demanded, his conversation light and appropriate, his demeanor that of a man rejoicing in his brother's happiness. Only the most perceptive observers might have noticed the intensity with which he regarded Tatiana, the way his eyes followed her every movement with the focus of a predator tracking prey. The guests, wine-warmed and merry, saw only what they expected to see, a grand celebration honoring the union of two souls blessed by love and fortune. The castle's great hall had been transformed into a wonderland of beauty and elegance, with flowers from across the domain adorning every surface and musicians playing melodies that stirred the heart and lifted the spirit. It was, by all accounts, a perfect wedding feast, a night that would be remembered in song and story for generations to come. But beneath the glittering surface of celebration, darker currents moved with inexorable purpose. Strahd's transformation from hero to monster had been gradual, occurring over years of increasingly desperate choices and corrupt bargains. Yet the final metamorphosis, the moment when the last vestiges of his humanity would be burned away, required a catalyst of enormous emotional and spiritual power. That catalyst was now before him, dressed in white silk and smiling at another man with the radiance that had once been his alone. The marriage ceremony itself had been conducted with all the pomp and reverence befitting the union of noble houses. The castle's chapel, with its soaring arches and jeweled windows, had witnessed the exchange of vows between Sergei and Tatiana as sunset painted the sky in shades of crimson and gold. The young couple had spoken the ancient words with genuine affection, if not passionate love, and the assembled witnesses had blessed their union with heartfelt approval. Strahd had stood at his brother's side throughout the ceremony, fulfilling his role as best man with apparent grace and dignity. He had held the rings, offered the ritual responses, and embraced the newlyweds with every appearance of brotherly joy. Yet within his transformed soul, each word of the ceremony had fallen like drops of acid. Each gesture of affection between Sergei and Tatiana had twisted like a knife in an already festering wound. As the night wore on, and the celebration moved from the chapel to the great hall for the wedding feast, Strahd found himself caught in a web of conflicting emotions that his altered nature could no longer process with human understanding. The love he had once felt for Tatiana had become something monstrous, a possessive hunger that demanded ownership rather than cherishing partnership. His affection for Sergei had curdled into jealous hatred, poisoned by the belief that his younger brother had stolen what rightfully belonged to him. The wedding feast unfolded like a grand theatrical performance, each course more elaborate than the last, each toast more heartfelt and eloquent. Strahd watched it all with the detached fascination of a scholar studying an interesting specimen, his enhanced senses taking in every detail with supernatural clarity. He could hear every whispered conversation, smell every emotion radiating from the assembled guests, feel the very rhythm of their heartbeats as they celebrated in blissful ignorance of the doom that was even then crystallizing around them. It was during the traditional dance between the bride and the groom's family that the final threads of Strahd's restraint began to fray. As he took Tatiana's hand and led her onto the floor, he felt the familiar electricity of their connection, that spark of recognition that had first drawn them together years before. But now it was tainted by the corruption that flowed through his veins like liquid shadow, transformed from love's pure flame into something altogether more sinister. "You could have been mine," he whispered, as they moved through the steps of the ancient dance, his voice pitched so low that only her supernaturally enhanced hearing could detect the words. "We could have ruled together, loved together, lived forever together." Tatiana's response was barely audible, yet it carried the weight of absolute finality. "The man I loved died long before this night, Strahd. What you have become is not love but obsession, not protection but possession." In that moment, he finally understood that Tatiana would never willingly come to him, would never accept the dark gift he offered, would never see his transformation as anything other than a corruption to be pitied and resisted. If he could not have Tatiana's love willingly given, he would take it by force. If she would not choose him over Sergei, he would eliminate the choice itself. The murder, when it came, was swift and brutal in its efficiency. Strahd had planned every detail with the same meticulous attention he had once brought to military campaigns, waiting until the celebration reached its peak, and the guests were sufficiently distracted by wine and merriment. He approached Sergei with a smile, embracing his brother as if to offer congratulations, then drove a consecrated dagger, one of the holy weapons he had collected during his wars against supernatural evil, directly into Sergei's heart. The young man's death was instantaneous, his life extinguished before he could even register surprise at his brother's betrayal. But the true horror was not in the killing itself, but in what followed. As Sergei's blood spilled onto the floor of the great hall, Strahd felt a surge of dark satisfaction that had nothing to do with justice or necessity, and everything to do with the elimination of a rival for something he considered his rightful possession. The guests' reaction was immediate and chaotic. Screams of horror filled the air as the celebration transformed into a nightmare of panic and confusion. Some fled toward the exits, only to find their way blocked by supernatural mists that had risen with impossible speed to seal the castle. Others stood frozen in shock, unable to process the sight of the great hero, Strahd von Zarovich, standing over his brother's corpse with blood on his hands and madness in his eyes. Tatiana's response was perhaps the most heartbreaking of all. She knelt beside Sergei's fallen form, her wedding dress staining crimson as she cradled the head of the man who had been her husband for mere hours. Yet, even as tears flowed down her cheeks, her gaze remained fixed upon Strahd with an expression of profound sorrow rather than hatred. In her eyes, he could see not condemnation but grief, mourning not just for Sergei, but for the man Strahd himself had once been. "This is not what you wanted," she said, her voice carrying clearly across the suddenly silent hall. "This is not what you were meant to become. You have traded away everything that made you worthy of love in pursuit of something that can only be freely given. You have gained power over life and death, but lost the ability to truly live." Strahd's response came not in words but in action. Moving with inhuman speed, he crossed the hall and seized Tatiana's wrist, his grip firm enough to prevent escape, but careful not to cause injury. His intention was clear. She would come with him willingly or not at all, but she would come. The choice between submission and death that he had given his other enemies was now offered to the woman he claimed to love above all else. But Tatiana, faced with the ultimate expression of Strahd's obsession, made the only choice her pure heart would allow. Rather than submit to become the prize in his monstrous victory, rather than allow her existence to validate his corruption, she broke free from his grasp and ran, not toward any exit that might offer escape, but toward the castle's highest tower, and the window that offered the only freedom she could still claim. The chase through Castle Ravenloft's corridors was brief but eternal, a pursuit that echoed through dimensions and time, as Strahd realized what Tatiana intended, and desperately sought to prevent it. His superhuman speed should have allowed him to catch her easily, but some cosmic force seemed to slow his steps, as if the universe itself was giving her the chance to make one final choice in defiance of his will. When he reached the tower chamber, he found Tatiana standing at the open window, her wedding dress billowing in the wind that swept up from the valleys far below. She turned to face him one last time, and in that moment, he saw her not as the object of his obsession, but as the woman she had always been, beautiful, compassionate, strong, and utterly beyond his ability to possess or control. "I forgive you," she said, her words carrying across the chamber like a benediction and a curse combined. "I forgive what you have done, and I mourn what you have become, but I will not be party to your damnation, nor will I allow my existence to justify your crimes. May you find peace, Strahd von Zarevich, though I fear it will not come in this life or any other." With those words, she stepped backward into empty air, choosing death with dignity rather than life, as the prisoner of a monster's love. Strahd reached the window just in time to see her fall, her white dress like a star descending into darkness, her final choice echoing through his transformed soul like the tolling of a funeral bell. The death of Tatiana was the final catalyst needed to complete Strahd's transformation and awaken the curse that would bind him to the domain of Barovia for all eternity. As her body struck the rocks below the castle, a wave of supernatural energy erupted from the site of impact, washing over the land like a tide of liquid despair. The very fabric of reality rippled and warped, separating the valley from the material plane and creating a pocket dimension where Strahd's will would be absolute law. The guests who had witnessed the night's horrors found themselves trapped within this new realm, their fates bound to that of their dark lord, whether they willed it or not. Some were transformed into creatures of shadow and nightmare, their forms reflecting the corruption that had tainted the celebration. Others were simply erased from existence, their lives snuffed out as collateral damage in the birth of a new and terrible reality. But the greatest tragedy was reserved for Strahd himself. In achieving his ultimate victory, the elimination of his rival, and the creation of a domain where his power was absolute, he had ensured his ultimate defeat. The woman he had killed herself to escape him would be bound to return again and again, reborn in new forms, but carrying the same soul that would forever slip through his grasp. His triumph had become his eternal torment, his dominion, his prison, his immortality, his damnation. As dawn broke over the transformed landscape of Barovia, it brought with it not the golden light of a new day, but the gray half-light of eternal twilight. The wedding that was to have been a celebration of love and new beginnings had become the funeral of hope itself. The moment when paradise was transformed into hell and a hero's final fall created one of the darkest realms in all existence. The massacre was complete, but its echoes would resonate through the centuries, drawing new victims into Strahd's web of obsession and ensuring that the tragedy of that night would be repeated again and again until some force greater than fate itself could break the cycle of damnation that had been born in blood and sealed with tears. Chapter 5. Barovia's Eternal Night. When a realm is born from such profound tragedy and supernatural corruption, it does not merely exist. It breathes with the rhythm of its creator's torment, bleeds with the wounds of its founding trauma, and dreams the fevered dreams of a mind that has forgotten the distinction between reality and nightmare. Barovia is not simply a place where evil dwells. It is evil given geographic form, a living manifestation of despair that has taken root in the soil and grown into a twisted paradise where suffering has been elevated to an art form. The transformation of the valley occurred in a single night, yet its effects rippled backward and forward through time with the inexorable logic of supernatural causality. The very moment that Tatiana's body struck the earth below Castle Ravenloft, the laws of nature bent and broke around the epicenter of Strahd's anguish. Reality itself recoiled from the magnitude of the tragedy, creating fractures in the fabric of existence that allowed something darker and more fundamental to seep through, the raw essence of eternal torment given physical form. The first and most obvious change was in the sky itself. Where once the heavens had displayed the natural progression of day and night, sun and stars, the new Barovia found itself trapped beneath a dome of perpetual twilight. The sun still rises in this cursed realm, but it is a pale, anemic thing that provides no real warmth and casts shadows that seem deeper and more substantial than the objects that create them. It hangs in the sky like a dying ember, offering just enough light to illuminate the extent of the domain's desolation, without providing any of the hope or renewal that true sunlight might bring. The stars, when they can be glimpsed through the ever-present clouds, form constellations unknown to any astronomer of the material plane. They wheel overhead in patterns that speak of alien geometries and impossible distances, their cold light offering no guidance to travelers, and no comfort to those who might seek to navigate by their positions. Some scholars who have studied the cursed sky believe that these are not true stars at all, but rather the reflected gleam of countless tears shed by the souls trapped within the domain, a celestial mirror of mortal suffering that serves as the dome of this terrestrial hell. The weather itself has become an instrument of Strahd's will, and a reflection of his emotional state. When the Dark Lord broods in his castle, oppressive fog rolls down from the mountains to blanket the valley in a gray shroud that muffles sound and obscures vision. When his rage builds, storms gather with supernatural speed, hurling lightning from clouds that crackle with energies that have nothing to do with mere meteorology. When his sorrow overwhelms him, which happens more often than he would care to admit, the very air seems to weep, producing a fine, cold mist that chills the soul as much as the body. The landscape bears the scars of its traumatic birth in ways both subtle and obvious. The Svalich Woods, once a thriving forest that provided timber and game for the valley's inhabitants, have become a labyrinth of twisted trees, whose branches seem to reach out like grasping fingers, eager to ensnare the unwary. The very roots of these trees have drunk deeply of the corrupted soil, transforming them into something that is neither fully plant nor fully sentient creature, but something altogether more sinister. Within the depths of these cursed woods, travelers report encountering phenomena that defy rational explanation. Paths that lead in one direction when first traversed somehow circle back upon themselves when retraced. Clearings appear where no clearings should exist, often containing ruins of structures that predate the curse by centuries, yet bear signs of recent habitation. Most disturbing of all are the sounds that echo through the forest at night, not the normal calls of nocturnal animals, but whispers in languages both ancient and alien, sobbing that seems to emanate from the earth itself, and laughter that speaks of madness given voice. The rivers and streams that once brought life and vitality to the valley have become arteries of sorrow, their waters running dark and sluggish, as if weighted down by the accumulated grief of centuries. The taste of these waters varies depending upon the drinker's state of mind. To the hopeful, they taste of bitter disappointment. To the despairing, they offer the cold comfort of shared misery. Fish still swim in these waters, but they are pale, blind things that seem more like memories of fish than living creatures, their flesh providing sustenance but no nourishment for the soul. Lake Zarovich, the largest body of water in the domain, has become a mirror of black glass that reflects not what is, but what might have been. Those who gaze into its depths report seeing visions of alternate timelines, glimpses of lives they might have lived, choices they might have made, fates they might have avoided. The lake never freezes, no matter how bitter the winter, and its shores are littered with the belongings of those who entered its waters, seeking the peace that drowning might provide, only to discover that even death offers no escape from Barovia's embrace. The very soil of the valley has absorbed the essence of the curse, becoming a medium through which Strahd's will can manifest throughout his domain. Plants that grow in this corrupted earth take on qualities that reflect the Dark Lord's nature. Roses bloom black and smell of copper and decay. Wheat grows tall and golden but provides bread that tastes of ashes, and herbs that once possessed healing properties now offer only the bitter succor of temporary oblivion. The boundaries of the domain are marked not by any physical barrier, but by the mists that serve as both wall and gatekeeper to this realm of perpetual sorrow. These vapors possess a malevolent intelligence of their own, responding to the will of their master, while also serving as a manifestation of the cosmic forces that created and maintain the prison. They rise from the ground like liquid shadow, reaching heights that seem to touch the very dome of the sky, creating an impermeable barrier that no mortal power can breach. Those who attempt to leave Barovia by conventional means find themselves turned around by the mists, deposited back where they began with no memory of the journey that brought them there. The fog seems to whisper as it moves, carrying voices that speak in the native languages of those who hear them, offering promises of escape and freedom that are always revealed to be lies. Some who have spent too long listening to these whispers report that the mists begin to speak with the voices of loved ones, parents calling their children home, spouses pleading for reunion, friends offering comfort and aid that can never truly be delivered. The settlements within the domain have adapted to their cursed existence in ways that speak to the resilience of the human spirit, while simultaneously demonstrating the insidious nature of the corruption that surrounds them. The village of Barovia itself has become a monument to despair, masquerading as normalcy, its inhabitants going through the motions of daily life, while knowing that their existence serves only to provide entertainment and sustenance for their dark lord. The architecture of the village reflects the psychological state of its residents. Buildings that were once maintained with pride now show signs of neglect and decay, their paint peeling like diseased skin, their foundations slowly sinking into soil that seems eager to reclaim them. Windows are often boarded shut, not merely for protection against the creatures that prowl the night, but to prevent the inhabitants from seeing the horrors that pass by their homes in the darkness. Yet even in this environment of pervasive hopelessness, pockets of defiance persist. The Church of St. Andrel serves as a beacon of flickering faith, its bells ringing out across the village at dawn and dusk to mark the passage of time in a realm where time has lost much of its meaning. The Blood on the Vine Tavern provides a gathering place where the villagers can share their sorrows and find what comfort they can in the company of fellow sufferers. Their conversations, a mixture of mundane concerns and whispered fears about what new horror might emerge from the castle on the hill. The people themselves have been changed by their long exposure to the curse, though the alterations are often subtle enough to be mistaken for the natural effects of hardship and fear. They age more slowly than they should, but it is a cruel longevity that preserves them not in health and vigor, but in a state of perpetual decline. Their eyes carry a weight of sorrow that seems far older than their faces, and their voices often trail off mid-sentence, as if they have forgotten, not just what they were saying, but why they bothered to speak at all. Children born within the domain carry within them a strange duality. They possess an innocence that seems almost luminous in contrast to their dark surroundings, yet they also display an intuitive understanding of horror that should be far beyond their years. They play games that mirror the adult world's fears, creating elaborate rituals designed to ward off the attention of their dark lord, and they sing lullabies that speak of eternal sleep and peaceful endings, with the casual acceptance that other children might reserve for songs about sunshine and flowers. The passage of time within Barovia follows rules that have more to do with dramatic necessity than natural law. Days can stretch endlessly when filled with terror and suffering, each minute crawling by with agonizing slowness as victims endure whatever torment has been devised for them. Conversely, moments of hope or happiness pass with such swiftness that they seem like half-remembered dreams, leaving their experiencers wondering if the brief respite was real, or merely another form of psychological torture. Seasons exist within the domain, but they are seasons of the soul rather than natural cycles of growth and decay. Winter comes when Strahd's melancholy deepens, bringing with it snows that fall upward, as often as down, and frosts that outline windows in patterns that spell out messages of despair in languages both ancient and modern. Spring arrives during the rare periods when the Dark Lord's hope kindles, causing flowers to bloom in impossible colors, and birds to sing songs that carry hints of redemption, though such interludes never last long enough to bring true renewal. Summer manifests as a fever dream of intensified emotion, when the very air shimmers with heat that has nothing to do with the sun, and everything to do with the passion that still burns within Strahd's undead heart. During these periods, the domain pulses with an energy that is both creative and destructive, giving birth to new horrors, while simultaneously offering glimpses of the beauty that might have been possible if love had triumphed over obsession. Autumn is the most natural season within Barovia, for it mirrors the eternal state of decline that characterizes the domain. Leaves fall in colors that shift between crimson and gold, depending upon the observer's state of mind, and the harvest brings forth fruits that are beautiful to behold, but carry within them the taste of ending and loss. It is during autumn that the boundaries between life and death become most permeable, allowing the spirits of the departed to walk once more among the living, though whether this constitutes blessing or curse depends largely upon the nature of the individual spirit. The castle that dominates the valley serves as both the heart of the domain and a physical manifestation of its master's psyche. Its towers and battlements shift and change according to Strahd's will, rooms appearing and disappearing as his moods dictate, corridors extending or contracting to reflect the labyrinthine nature of his thoughts. The very stones of the structure seem to breathe with a life of their own, their surfaces warm to the touch despite the chill that pervades the rest of the domain. Within the castle's walls, the normal laws of physics hold only tenuous sway. Gravity might reverse itself in certain chambers, time might flow backward in others, and the concept of distance becomes negotiable rather than absolute. Guests who enter the castle often find themselves lost for days in passages that should take minutes to traverse, while others discover that destinations they seek have somehow moved closer during their journey, as if the building itself were eager to facilitate certain encounters while hindering others. The domain of Barovia stands as perhaps the most perfect example of a prison created not by gods or devils, but by the choices of mortals who allowed their virtues to become corrupted into vices. It is a realm where love has become obsession, where protection has become control, and where the desire to preserve life has led to an embrace of unlife that perverts the very concept of existence. Every aspect of the domain serves to reinforce the central tragedy of its creation, while simultaneously offering the possibility of redemption for those brave or foolish enough to challenge its master. The cursed land calls out to heroes and villains alike, drawing them into its web of sorrow and despair, with the promise that they might be the ones to break the cycle of tragedy that has perpetuated for so many centuries. Yet Barovia is patient in its malevolence, understanding that the greatest tragedies are those that unfold slowly, with each victim complicit in their own destruction. The domain offers just enough hope to keep despair from becoming numbness, just enough beauty to make the corruption more poignant, and just enough possibility of escape to ensure that the desire for freedom never dies completely. In the end, Barovia serves as a mirror for the souls of all who enter it, reflecting back their deepest fears and greatest desires, while simultaneously demonstrating the terrible price that must be paid when love becomes a chain rather than a liberation. It is a realm where the greatest horrors arise, not from external monsters, but from the monsters that dwell within the human heart, and where the only escape lies not in fleeing from darkness, but in choosing to kindle a light, bright enough to illuminate even the deepest shadows of the soul. Chapter 6. The Village of the Damned. There exists a peculiar kind of heroism in the simple act of continuing to live when existence itself has become a form of suffering, when each dawn brings not promise, but merely another day to endure, and when the greatest victory is measured, not in glory achieved, but in sanity preserved. This is the heroism of the ordinary, the courage of those who face, not grand adventures, but the grinding horror of daily existence, in a place where hope has been systematically murdered and reborn, so many times that it has become a twisted, scarred thing that barely resembles its original form. The village of Barovia stands as a testament to this quiet bravery, its cobblestone streets, worn smooth by the passage of countless feet that have walked the same paths for centuries, following routines that have become rituals of survival in a world where deviation from the expected can invite attentions no mortal soul should have to bear. It is a settlement frozen in time yet constantly changing, its buildings aging and decaying, only to be mysteriously restored when their condition becomes too obvious a reminder of the domain's fundamental wrongness. At first glance, a visitor might mistake the village for any rural community that has seen better days. A collection of modest homes and shops clustered around a central square, with a church at one end and a tavern at the other, the eternal poles of salvation and damnation that have anchored human civilization since time immemorial. The houses are built in the sturdy style of mountain folk, with thick stone walls and steep pitched roofs, designed to shed the weight of heavy snows, their windows small and deep set to conserve warmth during the long, cold months that seem to last far longer here than natural seasons should allow. But closer inspection reveals the subtle wrongness that permeates every aspect of life in this cursed place. The windows of most homes are shuttered during the day, not from any practical need, but from the inhabitants' desperate desire to avoid seeing what moves through their streets when they think no one is watching. The few gardens that still receive tending produce vegetables that grow in proper rows and flower beds that bloom in season. Yet the colors are always slightly off. Roses that should be red instead bloom in shades of burgundy, so dark they appear almost black, while daisies that should be white show petals tinged with the gray of old bone. The village well stands at the center of the main square, its stone walls carved with protective symbols that predate the curse by centuries, yet somehow seem more relevant now than they ever were in the days when they were first chiseled into place. The water it provides is clear and cold, free from any obvious contamination, yet those who drink from it regularly speak of dreams that feel more real than waking life, visions of other times when the village knew genuine prosperity and joy, or nightmares of futures even darker than their current existence. The people of Barovia village have developed a complex social structure based not on wealth or birth, but on the far more practical consideration of how to survive from one day to the next without attracting the wrong kind of attention. There are those who venture out during the day to tend to necessary tasks, maintaining the shops, working the fields, caring for the livestock that provide milk and eggs, and there are those who remain indoors, tending to crafts and trades that can be pursued in the relative safety of shuttered rooms. The baker, Doru's father, who has forgotten his own first name in the long years since his son's corruption, rises each morning before dawn to begin his work, though the bread he produces tastes of ashes and provides sustenance for the body, while somehow failing to nourish the soul. He continues his trade not out of any hope of profit or satisfaction, but because the routine of kneading dough and tending ovens provides a structure around which he can organize the fragments of his shattered life. The shopkeeper, who sells goods imported from beyond the village, though no one can quite recall seeing any merchants arrive or depart, maintains an inventory that seems to replenish itself through means that no one questions too closely. Her wares are always exactly what is needed, never more and never less, as if some invisible hand were monitoring the village's requirements and ensuring that basic needs are met while luxuries remain forever out of reach. Ismark Kolyanovich, known to all as Ismark the Lesser, bears the unofficial title of burgomaster in a village where true leadership has become an impossibility. He inherited the position not through any democratic process, but through the simple fact that he possesses enough courage to speak for his fellow villagers when speaking becomes necessary, and enough wisdom to know when silence is the better part of valor. His authority extends only as far as the village boundaries, and even within those limits, it is always subject to the whims of the true power that rules from the castle on the hill. The burden of leadership in such a place is almost unimaginable. Every decision Ismark makes must be weighed, not only against its immediate consequences, but against the possibility that it might somehow displease their dark lord. and bring retribution down upon the entire community. He has learned to navigate the treacherous waters of existence under Strahd's rule through a combination of careful diplomacy and strategic submission, always ready to offer just enough cooperation to avoid punishment, while never quite abandoning the hope that someday, somehow, circumstances might change. The Church of St. Andro represents perhaps the most complex aspect of village life, for it embodies both the persistence of faith and its fundamental inadequacy in the face of supernatural evil. Father Donovich, the elderly priest who tends to the spiritual needs of the community, has seen his congregation dwindle not through loss of faith, but through the simple recognition that traditional prayers and rituals offer little protection against the horrors that surround them. Yet the church remains open, its bells still ring at appointed hours, and Father Donovich continues to conduct services for those brave enough to attend. His sermons have evolved over the years from traditional homilies about salvation and redemption to more practical discussions of how to maintain one's humanity in the face of overwhelming darkness. He speaks of small acts of kindness as forms of resistance, of the importance of remembering that monsters were once human, and of the necessity of holding on to hope even when hope seems to be the cruelest joke of all. The tragedy of Father Donovich's position is made more poignant by the presence of his son Doru, who volunteered to join a failed rebellion against Strahd, and returned transformed into one of the very creatures his father's faith teaches him to abhor. The priest has kept his vampiric son imprisoned in the church's basement, unable to destroy him yet unwilling to release him, caught in a paralysis of love and duty that has slowly driven him to the edge of madness. The Blood on the Vine Tavern serves as the unofficial social center of the village, though the conversations that take place within its walls would chill the blood of visitors from more fortunate realms. The establishment is run by Eric the barkeep, a man whose forced joviality cannot quite conceal the deep melancholy that has settled over his soul like a burial shroud. He serves wine that tastes of sorrow and ale that provides temporary forgetfulness, while listening to the whispered fears and desperate hopes of patrons who have nowhere else to turn for human companionship. The tavern's common room displays a mural depicting a bright, cheerful sun, perhaps the only representation of true sunlight to be found anywhere in the village. Villagers often stare at this painted reminder of what they have lost, some weeping openly, while others simply drink in contemplative silence. The sun in the mural never changes, never sets, never wavers in its painted radiance, serving as both comfort and torment for those who remember what real daylight felt like on their skin. Within the tavern's walls, the villagers have developed their own folklore and customs designed to help them cope with their unique circumstances. They tell stories of brave souls who have challenged their dark lord and failed, but they tell them in ways that emphasize the courage of the attempt rather than the inevitability of defeat. They share rumors and theories about weaknesses in Strahd's power, information that is almost certainly worthless, but provides the illusion that resistance might be possible. The children of the village present perhaps the most heartbreaking aspect of life in this cursed place. Born into circumstances they did not choose and cannot escape, they have developed a resilience that is both admirable and tragic. They play games that mirror the adult world's fears. Hide and seek becomes a training exercise in avoiding detection by predators. Tag transforms into practice for running from creatures that hunt in the night, and their lullabies speak of eternal sleep, with the matter-of-fact acceptance that children elsewhere might reserve for songs about sunshine and flowers. Yet these children also possess something that many of the adults have lost, a capacity for wonder that has not yet been completely crushed by years of disappointment and terror. They find beauty in small things, the way frost forms patterns on windows, the sound of wind moving through the eaves of old houses, the brief moments when clouds part to reveal glimpses of stars that might or might not be real. Their laughter, when it comes, rings with a purity that can bring tears to adult eyes, not because it is joyful, but because it represents the persistence of innocence in a place where innocence should have died long ago. The merchants and craftsmen who keep the village functioning have learned to take pride in work that serves no greater purpose than maintaining the status quo. The blacksmith forges tools and weapons with meticulous care, knowing that his creations will likely prove useless against the supernatural threats that surround them, but taking satisfaction in the simple act of creating something of quality in a world dedicated to decay. The seamstress crafts clothing that will be worn by people whose lives may end at any moment. Yet she ensures that every stitch is perfect, every seam straight, as if the act of creation itself were a form of prayer. The village's relationship with death has become complex and nuanced in ways that would be incomprehensible to those who have never lived under such circumstances. Death is simultaneously feared and envied, feared because it might not bring the peace that normal mortals expect, envied because it represents the only escape from an existence that has become unbearable. The village cemetery is tended with loving care, not because the villagers believe their dead rest peacefully, but because maintaining the graves provides a ritual of remembrance that helps preserve their own humanity. Funerals in the village have evolved into ceremonies that focus less on mourning the departed and more on celebrating the courage they showed in enduring life, for as long as they did. The villagers speak of the dead as heroes who fought their own private wars against despair and madness, warriors who may have lost their final battles, but who never surrendered to the darkness that sought to claim their souls. These ceremonies provide comfort to the living, while also serving as reminders that death, when it comes naturally, might be the closest thing to victory that any of them can hope to achieve. The seasonal celebrations that punctuate village life have been transformed from festivals of abundance and renewal into more somber observances that acknowledge the passage of time, while making no pretense of optimism about what the future might hold. Harvest festivals become memorial services for crops that never quite live up to their promise. Winter solstice gatherings focus on endurance rather than hope for spring's return, and the rare celebrations of birth are tempered by the knowledge that new life in Barovia is as much curse as blessing. The villagers have developed their own system of communication that allows them to share information and emotions without drawing unwanted attention. A particular way of hanging laundry might signal that strange sounds were heard during the night, while the placement of certain items in shop windows can convey warnings about which areas of the village should be avoided. These codes have evolved naturally over the years, without any central planning or organization, arising from the collective need to maintain some sense of community and mutual support in circumstances that seem designed to isolate and terrorize individuals. Perhaps most remarkably, love still exists within the village boundaries, though it has been transformed by circumstances into something more precious and fragile than anything found in more fortunate realms. Couples who marry in Barovia do so with the full knowledge that their union may be brief and their children may face horrors beyond imagination, yet they choose commitment anyway, finding in each other's presence a resistance to the despair that constantly threatens to overwhelm them. The love that develops between the villagers is not the passionate romance of youth or the comfortable companionship of those who have grown old together in peaceful times. Instead, it is a fierce, protective affection born from shared suffering and mutual dependence. Parents love their children with an intensity that borders on desperation, knowing that every day together might be their last. Friends cherish each moment of companionship with the awareness that tomorrow, one of them might simply disappear, claimed by the darkness that prowls the edges of their small circle of light. The village of Barovia stands as a testament to the indomitable nature of the human spirit, demonstrating that even in circumstances that would break most souls, ordinary people can find ways to preserve their essential humanity. It is a place where heroism is measured, not in grand gestures, but in small acts of kindness, where victory is defined, not as the defeat of evil, but as the refusal to become evil oneself, and where hope persists, not because circumstances justify it, but because the alternative, complete surrender to despair, would represent a defeat too final to contemplate. In the end, the villagers of Barovia have created something remarkable within the boundaries of their cursed existence, a community bound to, though not by shared prosperity or common ambition, but by the simple recognition that suffering shared is suffering diminished, and that even in the darkest night, The warmth of human connection can provide light enough to see the path forward, one step at a time, until dawn comes again, or at least until the painted sun on the tavern wall reminds them what dawn used to look like, back when the world made sense and love was simple, and death was final. Chapter 7. Castle Ravenloft's Dark Heart. Architecture has always been humanity's attempt to impose order upon chaos, to create lasting monuments that outlive their builders and speak across the centuries of dreams made manifest in stone and mortar. Yet, when architecture becomes the physical expression of a mind that has transcended the boundaries of sanity and mortality, when every corridor reflects the labyrinthine passages of thoughts that have had centuries to grow twisted and strange, the result is something that challenges the very notion of what a building can be. Castle Ravenloft stands not merely as a fortress or a palace, but as the fossilized dreams of a creature who has forgotten what it means to dream of anything other than loss and longing. The castle perches upon its mountainous foundation, like a great stone predator surveying its domain, its towers and battlements rising into the perpetual twilight with an organic quality that suggests growth rather than construction. From a distance, the structure appears to follow conventional principles of medieval fortress design: thick walls to repel attackers, high towers to provide vantage points, and a commanding position that overlooks all approaches. Yet closer inspection reveals anomalies that hint at the supernatural forces that have shaped its evolution over the centuries. The stones themselves seem to breathe, their surfaces warm to the touch despite the chill that permeates the rest of the domain. They expand and contract with a rhythm that has nothing to do with temperature changes and everything to do with the emotional state of the castle's master. When Strahd broods, the walls seem to press inward, making corridors narrower and ceilings lower, as if the building itself were trying to embrace its lord and consolation. When his rage builds, the stones crack and groan under invisible pressure, sometimes splitting to reveal new passages that lead to chambers that were not there the day before. The main entrance to the castle presents visitors with their first taste of the architectural impossibilities that await within. The great doors stand 30 feet tall and are carved from a single piece of black oak that shows no signs of age, despite having been exposed to the elements for centuries. The carvings themselves tell a story, or perhaps multiple stories, for they seem to change depending upon the observer's perspective and state of mind. Some see depicted the glory days of the von Zarevich family, with scenes of noble knights defending the innocent and wise rulers, bringing prosperity to their lands. Others see only corruption and decay, with the same figures transformed into monsters and tyrants, whose very presence blights the earth around them. Beyond the entrance lies the grand foyer, a space that defies conventional understanding of interior dimensions. The ceiling soars impossibly high, disappearing into shadows that no amount of illumination seems able to penetrate fully. The floor is paved with marble that reflects not the current appearance of those who walk upon it, but their appearance as they were at the moment of their greatest triumph or deepest shame, the reflection choosing which to display according to some inscrutable logic that may be the castle's own form of judgment. The staircase that dominates the foyer is perhaps the most dramatic example of the castle's malleable nature. Carved from the same black stone as the walls, it curves upward in a graceful spiral that should by all rights reach the upper floors within a reasonable distance. Yet visitors who attempt to climb these stairs often find themselves ascending for hours without seeming to make any progress, while others reach the top in mere minutes. The experience appears to depend not on physical fitness or determination, but on the castle's assessment of whether the climber deserves to reach their destination, and when they deserve to reach it. The portrait gallery that occupies much of the castle's second level serves as a visual history of the von Zarevich lineage, but it is a history written in oils and canvas that shift and change according to the emotional currents that flow through the castle's halls. The earliest portraits show proud nobles with clear eyes and noble bearing, their painted faces radiating the confidence of those who have lived lives of honor and purpose. As the gallery progresses chronologically toward the present, the portraits become progressively darker and more disturbing, culminating in images of Strahd himself that seem to follow observers with eyes that hold depths of sorrow and rage that no mortal artist could have captured. But perhaps most unsettling of all are the empty frames that appear throughout the gallery, spaces clearly intended for portraits that were never painted, or perhaps were painted and then somehow erased from existence. These gaps in the visual record speak to futures that will never come to pass, to descendants who will never be born, to the fundamental sterility of undeath and the price paid for immortality achieved through corruption. The library of Castle Ravenloft represents one of the greatest collections of arcane knowledge in any realm, mortal or otherwise. Its shelves stretch from floor to ceiling and seem to extend far beyond what the external dimensions of the castle would suggest possible. The book stems themselves are bound in materials that range from conventional leather and cloth to substances that are better left unexamined too closely, covers that feel warm and pulse with their own rhythm, bindings that shift color when no one is looking directly at them, and texts written in inks that seem to move across the page when viewed from the corner of the eye. The knowledge contained within these volumes represents the accumulated wisdom of centuries, gathered through means both scholarly and sinister. There are grimoires of necromancy that detail rituals for commanding the dead, treatises on planar theory that map the hidden connections between dimensions, and philosophical works that explore the nature of existence from perspectives that few mortal minds could comprehend without risking madness. Yet for all their power and forbidden secrets, these books serve primarily as monuments to their owner's isolation, for knowledge shared with no one becomes merely another form of loneliness. The castle's dining hall speaks to memories of grand feasts and celebrations, its long table still set with elaborate place settings that await guests who will never come. The chairs are arranged with mathematical precision, each one different from the others, yet all sharing a common theme of elegant decay. The table itself is carved from a single piece of wood taken from a tree that supposedly grew at the center of the world, its surface polished to a mirror finish that reflects not the current state of the room, but moments from its past, glimpses of celebrations that once brought joy to these halls, shadows of laughter that still echo in the grain of the wood. At the head of the table sits Strahd's own chair, a throne-like creation that seems to have grown around its occupant over the centuries, its high back carved with scenes that tell the story of his fall from grace. The armrests have been worn smooth by the passage of countless hours, shaped by the hands of a being who has had eternity to contemplate his choices and their consequences. The chair faces not toward the assembled seats where guests would sit, but toward a series of tall windows that look out over the valley below, a constant reminder of the domain he rules and the people whose lives depend upon his whims. The wine cellars beneath the castle hold vintages that predate the curse, bottles that have been aging in darkness for centuries and have achieved flavors that speak to the palate, not merely of grape and time, but of memory and loss. Each vintage carries within it the essence of the year in which it was produced, bottles from years of great victory, taste of triumph, tinged with the foreshadowing of doom, while those from years of sorrow carry flavors that bring tears to the eyes of all who sample them. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of these cellars is that they continue to produce new wines, despite the absence of any visible vineyards or winemaking apparatus. The bottles simply appear on the racks, their labels bearing dates that correspond to significant events in the domain's history, as if the castle itself were fermenting the emotional residue of important moments and distilling them into liquid form. The chambers and apartments throughout the castle reflect the various aspects of Strahd's personality and the different roles he has played throughout his existence. The general's quarters remain much as they were during his military campaigns, filled with maps and strategic documents that detail battles fought centuries ago, their ink as fresh as the day it was applied. The scholar's study contains the tools and materials of arcane research, with experiments left unfinished as if their creator had simply stepped away and might return at any moment to continue his work. The Lover's Bower, perhaps the most tragic space in the entire castle, has been preserved as a shrine to what might have been. Every detail speaks to careful preparation for a romantic encounter that never took place. Silk curtains that have never been drawn, candles that have never been lit, and a bed that has never been shared. The room exists in a state of eternal readiness, waiting for a moment that passed centuries ago and can never be reclaimed. The castle's many towers serve different functions, each one reflecting a different aspect of their master's nature and needs. The Heart of Sorrow, the tallest of these spires, contains the crystalline artifact that serves as the castle's power source and the physical manifestation of Strahd's eternal anguish. The crystal pulses with a light that shifts from deep red to icy blue, its rhythm matching the emotional state of the castle's lord, while providing the energy that allows the structure to exist in defiance of natural law. The Tower of Study houses Strahd's alchemical laboratory, where he conducts experiments that blur the line between science and sorcery. Here, he attempts to unravel the mysteries of existence itself, seeking solutions to problems that may have no answers and cures for conditions that may be fundamentally incurable. The equipment in this tower represents the accumulated tools of centuries of research, devices that combine conventional alchemical apparatus with instruments that seem to have been grown rather than forged. Perhaps most disturbing of all is the Tower of Memory, where Strahd has attempted to preserve and catalog every significant moment of his existence. The walls are lined with crystal spheres that contain captured thoughts and experiences, each one glowing with its own internal light and pulsing with the emotional intensity of the memory it contains. The oldest spheres, those containing memories from his mortal life, glow with warm golden light that seems to push back against the shadows that pervade the rest of the castle. The newest additions burn with cold fire that seems to drain light from their surroundings, physical manifestations of moments that bring no joy, only the bitter satisfaction of power exercised and enemies destroyed. The crypts beneath the castle serve as the final resting place for the von Zarevich family, though the definition of final becomes problematic in a realm where death is neither permanent nor necessarily peaceful. The tombs are carved from the same black stone as the castle walls, their surfaces decorated with epitaphs that seem to rewrite themselves, depending upon the reader's perspective and the deceased's current state of rest or unrest. The most elaborate of these tombs belongs to Sergei, Strahd's murdered brother, whose final resting place has been designed as both monument and penance. The sarcophagus is carved with scenes from Sergei's life, depicting him as the noble and pure-hearted young man he was, while the surrounding chamber is filled with offerings that speak to guilt and regret, flowers that never wilt, candles that never burn down, and incense that produces smoke bearing messages of apology that can never be delivered to their intended recipient. The castle's kitchens and servants' quarters tell their own story of abandonment and decay, spaces once filled with the bustle of daily life, now echoing with the memories of activities that will never resume. The great hearths stand cold and empty, their massive spits designed to roast whole animals for feasts that will never again bring joy to the castle's halls. The servants' beds remain neatly made, as if their occupants had simply stepped out for a moment and might return at any time to resume their duties. Yet perhaps the most poignant aspect of these abandoned spaces is the evidence they provide of the ordinary lives that were lost when the curse fell upon the castle. Personal belongings still rest where they were left on that final night. A maid's mirror with a crack that spiderwebs across the silver, a cook's favorite ladle hanging from a hook beside the stove, a guard's dice still showing the last roll he made before duty, called him away to face an enemy he could never have imagined. The throne room of Castle Ravenloft serves as the seat of power for a domain where power has become an empty mockery of itself. The throne, carved from a single block of obsidian, rises from the floor like a natural formation, its surface so dark that it seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. The chamber itself is designed to intimidate and overwhelm, with vaulted ceilings that disappear into shadow and walls lined with weapons and armor that speak to centuries of conflict and conquest. Yet for all its imposing grandeur, the throne room is perhaps the loneliest space in the entire castle. The throne faces an empty hall, its occupant holding court for subjects who exist only in memory, and issuing commands to servants who can no longer hear them. The acoustics of the chamber have been designed to carry the speaker's voice to every corner, ensuring that royal pronouncements reach every ear. But when the only voice that speaks is that of the king himself, echoing back from empty walls, even perfect acoustics become a form of torture. The windows throughout the castle provide views of the domain below, but they are views filtered through glass that has been tinted by centuries of sorrow and stained by the emotional residue of their observers' pain. The scenes visible through these windows shift and change, sometimes showing the domain as it currently exists, sometimes revealing glimpses of how it appeared in happier times, and occasionally offering visions of futures that may or may not come to pass. The most famous of these windows is the great rose window in the castle's main hall, its stained glass depicting scenes from the von Zarevich family history and colors that shift and change with the light. During the rare moments when genuine sunlight manages to penetrate the domain's perpetual overcast, the window blazes with colors so beautiful they can bring viewers to tears, not from joy, but from the recognition of beauty that exists only as a reminder of what has been lost and can never be recovered. Castle Ravenloft stands as the ultimate expression of Gothic architecture, taken to its logical extreme, a structure that embodies not just the aesthetic principles of its style, but the psychological and spiritual foundations upon which those principles rest. It is a building that has become more than the sum of its stones and mortar, transcending mere architecture to become a living symbol of the human capacity for both creation and destruction, love and hatred, nobility and corruption. Within its walls, every room tells a story, every corridor whispers secrets, and every shadow holds memories that refuse to die. It is a place where the past and present exist simultaneously, where the boundaries between dream and reality have been worn thin by centuries of a master whose own existence transcends such mundane distinctions. To enter Castle Ravenloft is to step into the physical manifestation of a soul in torment, to walk through the corridors of a mind that has had eternity to explore every possible path to redemption, and has found them all wanting. Yet even in its darkness, even in its embodiment of despair and loss, the castle retains traces of the beauty and nobility that once defined the family whose name it bears. Like its master, it is a fallen thing that remembers what it once was, a corruption of something that was once pure, a monument to the tragic truth that the greatest evils are often born, not from malice, but from love, that has been twisted beyond all recognition into something that can no longer bear its original name. Chapter 8. The Vistani and Ancient Pacts. In every tale of cosmic horror and supernatural tragedy, there exist figures who walk between worlds, serving neither the forces of absolute good nor absolute evil, but rather the more ancient and implacable power of fate itself. These are the servants of destiny who guide the great machinery of cosmic justice, ensuring that every soul receives exactly what their choices have earned them, regardless of whether that reward brings salvation or damnation. As the cursed realm of Barovia, this role is filled by the Vistani, a people whose very existence embodies the complex relationship between freedom and obligation, between the power to choose one's path and the responsibility to accept the consequences of those choices. The Vistani are travelers by nature and wanderers by ancient compact, their colorful caravans moving through realms, both mortal and supernatural, with an ease that speaks to agreements forged in the earliest days of creation itself. They possess the rare ability to navigate the mists that separate dimensions, crossing between worlds as easily as other folk might travel from one village to another. This gift is not merely a practical advantage, but a sacred duty, for they serve as the universe's messengers and arbiters, ensuring that the great stories that shape reality unfold as they are meant to unfold. Their relationship with Strahd von Zarevich predates his transformation into the Lord of Barovia, stretching back to the days when he was still mortal, and still capable of earning loyalty through deeds of genuine heroism, rather than demanding submission. through demonstrations of supernatural power. The debt that binds certain Vistani tribes to the Dark Lord was not incurred through any act of evil or corruption, but through an act of compassion that revealed the nobility of heart that Strahd possessed before his fall from grace. The story of this ancient debt begins in the years before Strahd's final campaign against the supernatural forces that threatened his homeland. During a particularly brutal winter, when the mountain passes were choked with snow, and the valleys below were ravaged by creatures that fed on mortal suffering, a Vistani caravan found itself trapped between opposing armies of the living and the undead. The caravan included not just the usual complement of adult travelers, but dozens of children and elderly folk who could not defend themselves against the horrors that pressed in from all sides. When word reached Strahd of the Vistani's plight, his advisors urged him to ignore their situation. The strategic value of rescuing a band of wanderers was negligible, while the risk to his own forces was substantial. The undead army that had the Vistani trapped was led by a powerful vampire lord who commanded legions of lesser creatures, and any attempt at rescue would require committing significant resources that might be needed for more pressing military objectives. But Strahd, still possessed of the moral clarity that would later be corrupted by his desperate struggle against darkness, could not bring himself to abandon innocent souls to such a fate. He led a regiment of his finest soldiers through treacherous mountain terrain in the depths of winter, fighting not only against supernatural enemies but against avalanches, blizzards, and the very geography of the land itself. The rescue mission lasted 3 weeks and cost him nearly half his force, but when it was over, every member of the Vistani caravan had been brought to safety. The gratitude of the Vistani elders was profound and immediate, but their response went far beyond simple thanks. They recognized in Strahd's sacrifice something that transcended ordinary heroism, a willingness to risk everything for strangers, based on nothing more than the principle that those who can protect the innocent have an obligation to do so. In their ancient tradition, such nobility of spirit created a debt that could only be repaid through service that matched the original sacrifice in both scope and duration. The eldest of the Vistani seers, a woman whose age was counted not in years but in centuries, and whose sight penetrated the veils that separate past from future, spoke words that would echo through time with the weight of prophecy and the binding force of cosmic law. She declared that the Vistani would serve Strahd von Zarovich and his bloodline for as long as his need continued, providing whatever aid their ancient arts could offer, following him even into realms where no mortal foot should tread. At the time, this seemed like a generous but limited commitment. Strahd was mortal, his bloodline finite, and his need for their services bound by the normal constraints of human life and ambition. Neither he nor the Vistani could have foreseen that his transformation into an undead creature would twist their sacred oath into something far more complex and problematic than either party could have imagined. The debt that was meant to honor heroism became instead a chain that bound them to serve a master whose very nature had been corrupted beyond recognition. The tragic irony of this situation is not lost on the Vistani themselves. They understand better than most the difference between the man they swore to serve and the creature he became, yet their oath was sworn to Strahd von Zarovich without qualification or limitation. The magic that binds them to their word recognizes no distinction between the noble general who saved their caravan and the vampiric lord who now rules a domain of shadow and despair. Their debt persists because Strahd persists, and their service continues because their ancient code allows for no exceptions, no matter how dramatically circumstances might change. This creates a complex dynamic that defines much of the relationship between the Vistani and their Dark Lord. They serve him, but not out of loyalty or affection. They obey his commands, but not without internal resistance and moral struggle. They facilitate his plans, but often in ways that subtly subvert his intentions, while technically fulfilling the letter of their obligations. They have become masters of the art of malicious compliance, finding ways to satisfy their oath, while still maintaining some measure of their own moral integrity. The Vistani, who serve Strahd most directly, are those of the Zarovin tribe, led by the elder Luvash and guided by the seer Madame Eva, whose prophetic abilities have only grown stronger over the centuries of service to their supernatural master. These Vistani have established permanent camps within the domain of Barovia, their colorful tents and wagons providing splashes of vibrant color against the perpetually gray landscape. Yet even their presence serves to highlight the fundamental wrongness of the realm, for their traditional celebrations and festivals feel hollow when performed under skies that never quite achieve true daylight. Madame Eva herself represents perhaps the most tragic figure among the Vistani, for her gift of sight allows her to see not only what is and what will be, but what might have been if different choices had been made. She has watched the slow corruption of a man she once respected, witnessed the gradual transformation of a sacred debt into a profane obligation, and foreseen the countless tragedies that will unfold as long as the current situation persists. Yet her very ability to see the future ensures that she knows her warnings will go unheeded, and her efforts to change fate will ultimately prove futile. The cards that Madame Eva uses for divination are not mere tools of fortune-telling, but artifacts of genuine prophetic power, each one connected to the fundamental forces that shape reality itself. When she lays out a reading, she is not predicting the future so much as revealing the hidden connections between past choices and future consequences. Her readings, for those who seek to challenge Strahd, often reveal the specific weaknesses and opportunities that might allow for his defeat, but they do so in language so cryptic and symbolic that the information is useless without the wisdom to interpret it correctly. This cryptic nature of her prophecies is not accidental but represents another form of the complex game that the Vistani must play in serving their master while maintaining their own moral integrity. Madame Eva's oath requires her to provide aid to Strahd, but it does not require her to make that aid easy to understand or impossible to turn against him. By cloaking her assistance in riddles and symbols, she technically fulfills her obligation, while still providing those who oppose Strahd with the tools they need to potentially succeed in their quest. The younger generation of Vistani, who have grown up within Barovia, face their own unique challenges in navigating the complex web of obligations and loyalties that define their existence. They have never known a world outside the domain's borders, never experienced the freedom that their elders speak of in whispered conversations around evening fires. For them, service to Strahd is not a sacred duty undertaken in payment of an ancient debt, but simply the way things have always been and always will be. Some of these younger Vistani have begun to question the wisdom of maintaining an oath that binds them to serve a creature of evil, regardless of the nobility that originally earned their loyalty. They argue that Strahd's transformation from hero to monster represents such a fundamental change in his nature that their original oath should be considered void. But their elders, bound by traditions that predate written history, maintain that a sacred word given cannot be taken back simply because circumstances have changed in ways that make its fulfillment uncomfortable or morally problematic. This generational conflict creates tensions within Vistani society that mirror the larger themes of the domain itself. The older generation represents the weight of the past and the binding power of choices made long ago, while the younger generation embodies the desire for freedom and the hope that the future might be different from the past. Yet both groups remain trapped by the same fundamental constraint. The magical nature of their oath ensures that rebellion against Strahd is not merely difficult but literally impossible for those bound by the ancient compact. The Vistani who travel beyond Barovia's borders serve a different but related function in the cosmic machinery that maintains the domain's existence. They act as recruiting agents, seeking out individuals whose presence might serve Strahd's purposes or provide entertainment for his jaded palate. This task requires them to identify potential heroes, lovers, enemies, and victims from across the multiverse, using their supernatural ability to read character and destiny to determine who might prove interesting to their master. The process by which these Vistani select their targets is both an art and a science, requiring deep understanding of the psychological and spiritual qualities that make someone suitable for the role they are meant to play in Strahd's ongoing tragedy. Heroes must possess enough nobility to make their eventual corruption meaningful. Lovers must carry within them echoes of the qualities that Strahd originally found attractive in Tatiana. Enemies must be powerful enough to provide genuine challenge, without being so strong as to pose an actual threat to the domain's stability. The transportation of these selected individuals to Barovia requires the Vistani to orchestrate elaborate scenarios that bring their targets into contact with the supernatural mists that serve as gateways to the domain. This might involve arranging for heroes to be traveling through areas where the dimensional barriers are weak, ensuring that lovers find themselves in situations where they are vulnerable to supernatural influence, or manipulating circumstances, so that enemies pursue quarry that leads them directly into Strahd's web. The moral weight of this responsibility weighs heavily on many of the Vistani who perform this function. They understand that they are essentially serving as kidnappers, bringing innocent souls into a realm where they will face horrors beyond imagination, and where escape is virtually impossible. Yet their oath compels them to continue this work, and their ancient code provides no exceptions for actions undertaken in service to their supernatural master, regardless of how those actions might conflict with their personal moral beliefs. Some Vistani have found ways to introduce subtle forms of resistance into their recruitment activities, providing their targets with warnings or equipment that might help them survive the trials that await them in Barovia. A hero might find a mysterious weapon left by their campfire, a lover might receive cryptic warnings in their dreams, or an enemy might discover that their pursuit has been delayed by unexpected obstacles that provide additional time to prepare for the challenges ahead. Small acts of rebellion represent the closest thing to open defiance that the oath-bound Vistani can manage, tiny gestures of compassion and moral resistance that help them maintain some sense of their own integrity, while still fulfilling the letter of their obligations. They know that these efforts will not fundamentally change the nature of what they are doing, but they provide psychological comfort and help prevent the complete erosion of conscience that might otherwise result from centuries of unwilling complicity in their master's crimes. The relationship between the Vistani and the other inhabitants of Barovia is complex and often strained. The villagers understand that the Vistani serve Strahd, but they also recognize that this service is compelled rather than voluntary. This creates a situation where the Vistani are simultaneously feared as agents of their Dark Lord and pitied as fellow victims of his supernatural tyranny. The villagers avoid direct confrontation with the Vistani, but they also refuse to fully trust them or welcome them into their communities. The Vistani themselves maintain a careful distance from the permanent residents of the domain, understanding that too much familiarity might create emotional bonds that would make their duties even more painful to fulfill. They provide services to the villagers when their oath requires it, but they do so with professional detachment rather than genuine warmth. This emotional isolation serves as another form of protection, helping them avoid the additional psychological burden that would come from forming friendships with people they might eventually be required to betray. The camps that the Vistani establish within Barovia serve multiple purposes beyond simple shelter and gathering places for their communities. They function as neutral ground where information can be exchanged, temporary sanctuary where travelers might find brief respite from the domain's horrors, and staging areas for the various activities that their service to Strahd requires. The colorful tents and wagons that comprise these camps provide visual contrast to the gray bleakness that characterizes the rest of the domain, serving as reminders of the wider world beyond Barovia's borders and the freedom that the Vistani once enjoyed. Yet even these camps cannot entirely escape the influence of the curse that has tainted everything within the domain's boundaries. The fires that burn in Vistani hearths cast shadows that move independently of the flames that create them. The music that accompanies their evening gatherings carries undertones of sadness that no amount of forced merriment can completely mask, and the stories they tell around their fires often end with tragedy and loss, rather than triumph and joy. The traditional Vistani arts of fortune-telling, music, dance, and storytelling have all been affected by their long residence within a realm where fate has been corrupted and hope has been systematically destroyed. Their prophecies have become more accurate, but also more dire. Their music has gained depth of emotion, but lost much of its capacity to inspire joy. Their dances have become more expressive, but also more melancholy, and their stories have gained tragic weight that reflects the reality of their situation. The Vistani understanding of justice and cosmic balance provides them with a philosophical framework for accepting their current circumstances, while still maintaining hope for eventual resolution. They believe that all debts must be paid, all oaths must be fulfilled, and all stories must reach their proper conclusions, regardless of how long the process might take, or how much suffering it might require. From this perspective, their service to Strahd is not an eternal damnation, but a temporary obligation that will eventually reach its natural end. This belief system helps sustain them through the darkest moments of their service, providing them with the conviction that their current suffering serves a larger purpose, and that their loyalty to their ancient principles will eventually be rewarded with freedom and redemption. They see themselves as participants in a cosmic drama, whose scope extends far beyond the boundaries of any single domain, or the lifetime of any individual creature. And they draw strength from the knowledge that their role in this drama is both important and temporary. The Vistani serve as a reminder that even in the darkest realms, honor and loyalty can persist, though they may take forms that are complex and morally ambiguous. They demonstrate that it is possible to maintain one's integrity while serving evil, to preserve one's humanity while participating in inhuman acts, and to hold on to hope while surrounded by despair. Their presence in Barovia provides a counterpoint to the absolute corruption that characterizes their master, proving that redemption remains possible, even for those who have been forced to compromise their principles in service to powers beyond their control. In the end, the Vistani represent perhaps the most tragic figures in the entire domain of Barovia, not because they suffer the most, but because they remember what freedom feels like, and know that they once possessed the power to choose their own destiny. They are living reminders of the price that nobility can exact, the cost of making oaths that bind not just oneself, but one's descendants for generations to come, and the terrible irony that the greatest acts of heroism can sometimes lead to the most profound forms of spiritual bondage. Their story serves as a warning about the dangerous nature of absolute commitments, and the importance of understanding that even the most noble obligations can become corrupted by circumstances beyond our control. Yet it also stands as a testament to the enduring power of honor, and the possibility that even the most impossible situations might eventually find resolution through patience, wisdom, and the unwavering belief that justice, though long delayed, will ultimately prevail. Chapter 9. Ireena's Burden. There exists a particular kind of courage that is found only in those who know their fate, yet choose to face it with dignity rather than despair, who understand that their story has been written by forces beyond their control, yet refuse to surrender their agency in determining how that story will be told. This is the courage of the condemned who walk to their execution with heads held high, of the terminally ill who spend their final days bringing comfort to others, and of souls who have been marked by destiny for roles they never chose, but accept with grace born of wisdom rather than resignation. Such is the burden carried by Ireena, the woman who remembers being Tatiana and knows that she is doomed to love and lose and die again, unless the cosmic machinery that governs her existence can somehow be broken or redeemed. Ireena's awareness of her true nature did not come all at once, like a revelation striking with the force of divine lightning, but rather emerged gradually through a series of dreams, visions, and moments of inexplicable recognition that accumulated over the years of her current incarnation. As a child, she would wake from sleep speaking names that meant nothing to her conscious mind, but carried the weight of profound emotional significance. She would find herself humming melodies that no one had taught her, songs that seemed to emerge from some deep well of memory that existed beyond the boundaries of her current lifetime. The first clear vision came to her on her 16th birthday, when the veils between her current consciousness and her accumulated past lives grew thin enough for true memory to break through. She saw herself standing on the battlements of Castle Ravenloft, wearing a wedding dress stained with blood that was not her own, facing a choice between submission to a monster and the embrace of oblivion. She felt the wind pulling at her hair as she stepped backward into empty air, experienced the moment of weightless falling, and knew with absolute certainty that this memory belonged to her, even though she had never set foot inside the castle that dominated the valley's skyline. The revelation was devastating and liberating in equal measure. Devastating because it meant that her life was not truly her own, that every choice she made and every relationship she formed existed within the context of a cosmic drama that had been playing out for centuries. Liberating because it provided answers to questions that had plagued her throughout her childhood. Why she felt such profound melancholy when looking at certain landscapes. Why she experienced flashes of recognition when meeting strangers. Why she possessed knowledge and skills that she had never learned through conventional means. The accumulated weight of multiple lifetimes creates a psychological burden that would crush most mortal minds. But Ireena has learned to carry these memories with a grace that speaks to the fundamental strength of her spirit. She remembers being the original Tatiana, the healer who fell in love with a noble general, and watched in horror as that love became the catalyst for his transformation into something monstrous. She recalls the lives of Marina, the fisherman's daughter who tried to escape her fate by fleeing to the waters of Lake Zarovich, only to discover that even death by drowning could not break the cycle of rebirth and loss. She carries within her the memories of Lydia, the merchant's daughter, who attempted to resist Strahd through the study of divine magic, believing that sufficient faith and holy power might provide protection against his supernatural abilities. The failure of that incarnation taught Ireena that conventional religious solutions are inadequate for cosmic problems, that the forces that govern her existence operate on a level that transcends the normal relationship between mortal souls and divine powers. The memory of Katerina, the noble's daughter, who tried to redeem Strahd through compassion and patience, haunts Ireena, with its demonstration of how good intentions can be perverted into instruments of torture. Katerina spent months within Castle Ravenloft, believing that she could reach the remnants of humanity that still existed within the vampire lord's corrupted soul, only to discover that her very presence served to intensify his obsession, rather than heal it. Her eventual death came not from rejection of his advances, but from the slow draining of her life force, as Strahd fed upon her hope as much as her blood. Each incarnation has contributed its own hard-won wisdom to the collective consciousness that Ireena now carries, creating a repository of knowledge about the nature of the curse and the psychology of the creature who perpetuates it. She understands Strahd in ways that no other being can match, recognizing the difference between the love he claims to feel and the possessive obsession that actually drives his actions. She knows that his pursuit of her is motivated not by genuine affection, but by a desperate need to validate the choices that led to his transformation, to prove that his fall from grace was justified by the magnitude of what he sought to preserve. This understanding brings with it a profound sadness that goes beyond personal grief to encompass cosmic tragedy. Ireena mourns not just for her own repeatedly truncated existence, but for the man Strahd once was and might have remained under different circumstances. She carries within her the memory of loving him when he was still capable of inspiring such emotion, and this makes it impossible for her to hate him with the pure, uncomplicated antipathy that his current nature deserves. The knowledge of her recurring fate creates a complex relationship with the concept of hope that varies depending upon her emotional state and the specific circumstances of each encounter with her persistent pursuer. Sometimes she allows herself to believe that this incarnation might be different, that some combination of changed circumstances and accumulated wisdom might finally provide the key to breaking the cycle. Other times, the weight of repeated failure crushes such optimism, leaving her with a fatalistic acceptance that makes each day a small victory against despair. Her relationship with the villagers of Barovia is complicated by their awareness of her true nature, and the danger that her presence brings to their community. They recognize her as Ireena Koliana, the adopted daughter of the burgomaster who has grown up among them and shared in their daily struggles against the oppressive atmosphere of their cursed existence. Yet they also know that she is something more than she appears, that her very existence serves as a lightning rod for their Dark Lord's attention, and that proximity to her can bring consequences that no mortal should have to face. This dual nature of their relationship creates a social dynamic that is both protective and isolating. The villagers will defend Ireena against external threats and provide what aid they can in practical matters, but they maintain an emotional distance that serves as protection for both parties. They understand that forming deep bonds with someone who is doomed to die repeatedly serves no purpose other than the accumulation of grief, while Ireena recognizes that accepting such bonds would only increase the pain that her inevitable fate will cause to those who care about her. Ismark, her adoptive brother, represents the one relationship in her current life that transcends these practical considerations. His love for her is genuine and unqualified, based not on any mystical connection or cosmic significance, but on the simple human bonds forged through years of shared experience and mutual support. He knows her history and understands her fate, yet he continues to offer protection and companionship without expectation of any return beyond the satisfaction that comes from doing what is right, regardless of the ultimate outcome. The burden that Ismark carries as Ireena's protector is in many ways as heavy as her own, for he must watch someone he loves face dangers that he cannot shield her from, while knowing that his efforts to help may ultimately prove futile. His dedication to her welfare represents a form of heroism that receives no recognition or reward, the quiet courage of those who stand guard against inevitable defeat, because the act of standing guard itself has meaning beyond its practical effectiveness. Ireena's own approach to her situation demonstrates a maturity and wisdom that transcends her apparent age, born from the accumulated experience of lives lived and lost in pursuit of impossible solutions to cosmic problems. She has learned to find meaning in moments rather than outcomes, to derive satisfaction from small acts of kindness and beauty, rather than grand gestures of defiance or resistance. She tends to the sick, not because she believes her healing will ultimately matter in the cosmic sense, but because the act of healing has value independent of its long-term consequences. Her relationship with the concept of love has been profoundly shaped by her awareness of how that emotion can be corrupted into its opposite, through the influence of obsession and possessiveness. She remembers loving Strahd when he was still capable of inspiring such feelings, and this memory serves as both blessing and curse. Blessing because it reminds her that genuine love is possible even in the darkest circumstances. Curse because it makes her acutely aware of how far he has fallen from the man who once deserved such devotion. This complex understanding of love's potential for both redemption and destruction influences every relationship Ireena forms in her current incarnation. She is capable of deep affection and genuine caring, but she approaches such emotions with a wariness born of hard experience. She knows that love can become a weapon in the hands of those who do not understand its true nature, and she guards her heart not from selfishness, but from a desire to protect both herself and others from the pain that misused affection can cause. The supernatural abilities that Ireena has developed across multiple incarnations manifest in subtle ways that reflect her unique position between mortal existence and cosmic significance. She possesses an intuitive understanding of healing that goes beyond conventional medical knowledge, able to sense the spiritual as well as physical ailments that afflict those around her. Her touch can bring comfort to the dying and hope to the despairing, not through any magical power, but through a deep empathy that allows her to share the burden of others' pain. She also displays a form of precognitive awareness that warns her of immediate dangers and allows her to navigate the supernatural hazards that pervade the domain of Barovia. This ability is not reliable enough to provide perfect protection, but it serves as an early warning system that has allowed her to survive longer than many of her previous incarnations. The visions that provide these warnings often come at significant personal cost, bringing with them glimpses of possible futures that range from merely unpleasant to absolutely horrifying. The philosophical framework that Ireena has developed to cope with her unique circumstances draws upon insights accumulated across multiple lifetimes and synthesized into a worldview that acknowledges cosmic injustice while still maintaining belief in the fundamental value of existence. She understands that her suffering serves purposes that may be beyond her ability to comprehend, that her role in the cosmic drama may be essential for reasons that transcend her personal desires or welfare. This understanding does not make her passive or resigned, but rather provides her with a sense of purpose that helps her find meaning in what might otherwise be seen as a purely tragic existence. She chooses to interpret her recurring fate not as punishment but as opportunity, the chance to influence events that extend far beyond the boundaries of any single lifetime, to serve as an instrument of cosmic justice even if the nature of that justice remains hidden from her conscious understanding. The question of whether Ireena possesses genuine free will, or is simply playing out a predetermined script, represents one of the most complex aspects of her existence. She can make choices that affect the immediate circumstances of her life, but the larger pattern of attraction to and ultimate rejection of Strahd seems to operate according to laws that transcend individual volition. This creates a paradox where she is simultaneously agent and victim, author and character in the story of her own existence. Her response to this paradox demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of the relationship between fate and freedom that allows her to maintain dignity and purpose even within the constraints of cosmic predetermination. She chooses to act as if her decisions matter, regardless of whether they actually do, finding in the act of choosing itself a form of liberation that exists independent of its practical consequences. The dreams that visit Ireena during her sleep provide windows into possible futures and alternative timelines, showing her glimpses of what might happen if various choices are made or avoided. These visions serve as both guidance and torture, offering hope of different outcomes, while simultaneously demonstrating the overwhelming power of the forces arrayed against any fundamental change in her circumstances. She has learned to treat these dreams as information rather than prophecy, using them to make better decisions while avoiding the trap of believing that any single vision represents inevitable truth. Her awareness of Strahd's psychological state creates a unique form of burden, for she can sense his emotional condition across the mystical connection that binds them together. She feels his rage as a pressure behind her eyes, experiences his melancholy as a weight upon her heart, and endures his obsessive desire as a constant presence at the edge of her consciousness. This enforced intimacy with a creature she cannot love, and dare not reject, represents perhaps the cruelest aspect of her curse, to be forever connected to someone whose very existence has become antithetical to everything she values. Yet even this unwanted connection serves a purpose within the larger cosmic framework that governs their relationship. Ireena's awareness of Strahd's emotional state provides her with insights that might eventually prove crucial in finding a resolution to their shared tragedy. She understands better than anyone else the specific nature of his spiritual wounds and the particular combination of circumstances that might allow for healing rather than continued perpetuation of suffering. The possibility of redemption, both her own and Strahd's, remains a constant presence in Ireena's consciousness, neither a certainty to be counted upon, nor an impossibility to be dismissed. She has learned to hold this possibility lightly, drawing strength from its existence while avoiding the despair that would come from investing too heavily in any particular vision of how such redemption might manifest. Her faith is not in any specific outcome, but in the fundamental principle that stories, no matter how dark or complex, must eventually reach some form of resolution. In the end, Tatiana represents the embodiment of grace under pressure, the demonstration that it is possible to maintain humanity and dignity, even in circumstances that seem designed to strip away both. Her burden is not just the weight of her own repeated suffering, but the responsibility of serving as a beacon of hope for all those who find themselves trapped in cycles of tragedy that seem to have no end. Through her example, she shows that courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act with honor. Despite fear, that love is not the possession of another, but the willingness to sacrifice oneself for their highest good, and that redemption is always possible, even for those who believe themselves to be beyond salvation. Chapter 10. The Amber Temple's Forbidden Knowledge. In the pursuit of ultimate knowledge, mortals have always been willing to pay prices that their wiser selves would recognize as far too steep, trading away pieces of their souls for secrets that promise power over the fundamental forces of existence, yet inevitably deliver only the bitter understanding that some doors should never be opened. Throughout the multiverse, there exist repositories of such forbidden wisdom, places where the most dangerous knowledge has been gathered and preserved, not for the benefit of those who might seek it out, but as monuments to the folly of believing that understanding and wisdom are synonymous, that power and righteousness naturally align. High in the frozen peaks that ring the domain of Barovia, carved into the living rock of Mount Gacchus by hands that knew arts lost before the first mortal civilizations learned to work metal, stands the Amber Temple, a structure that serves as both library and prison, both treasure vault and warning, both sanctuary and trap for those who would dare to seek the ultimate answers to questions that perhaps should never be asked. It is a place where the accumulated failures of countless seekers after forbidden truth have been crystallized into amber that glows with its own internal light, each piece containing not just preserved specimens, but preserved moments of corruption, temptation, and fall. The temple's origins stretch back to an era when the boundaries between the planes of existence were more fluid, when beings of immense power moved freely between dimensions and the laws that now govern reality had not yet hardened into their current forms. It was built by a cabal of wizards whose names have been deliberately erased from history, scholars who believed that all knowledge was inherently valuable, and that the pursuit of understanding justified any means necessary to achieve it. He gathered secrets from across the multiverse, spells that could rewrite the fundamental nature of existence, rituals that could grant immortality at costs too terrible to calculate, and pacts with entities whose very existence represented a threat to the continued survival of mortal consciousness. The amber that gives the temple its name is not merely decorative, but serves as a medium for containing and preserving forces that would otherwise corrupt or destroy everything they touched. Each piece of this supernatural resin holds within it a fragment of ultimate power, a dark gift that promises to fulfill the deepest desires of those brave or foolish enough to accept what is offered. The wizards who created the temple believed they could study these powers safely, that their combined wisdom and protective measures would allow them to catalog and understand the most dangerous forces in existence without succumbing to their influence. They were wrong, as such scholars almost invariably are, when they attempt to contain forces that operate according to principles that transcend mortal understanding. One by one, the temple's creators fell to the very powers they sought to study, their corruption serving as the first entries in a catalog of failure that would grow over the centuries, as new seekers arrived to claim knowledge that came at prices they could not afford to pay. Their preserved forms can still be found within the temple's halls, transformed into warnings that none who come after them seem wise enough to heed. The dark powers that dwell within the amber are not demons or devils in any conventional sense, but rather represent fundamental forces of corruption that exist at the intersection between possibility and nightmare. They are fragments of pure potential that have been twisted by their separation from the cosmic order that once contained them, entities that offer genuine power to those who seek them out, but always at costs that transform the seeker into something that can no longer be called truly alive or truly human. Each of these powers specializes in a particular form of corruption, offering gifts that seem to address the specific needs and desires of those who encounter them. To the ambitious, they offer political power and the ability to command the loyalty of others through supernatural charisma, enhanced by understanding of the darkest aspects of mortal psychology. To the grieving, they provide the secrets of necromancy and the ability to restore a semblance of life to the dead, though what returns is never quite what was lost and always carries within it the seeds of further tragedy. The scholarly are offered knowledge beyond mortal comprehension, insights into the nature of reality, that allow for the manipulation of natural laws and the achievement of seemingly impossible feats of magical prowess. The desperate receive power over fate itself, the ability to alter probability and ensure that desired outcomes manifest regardless of the natural order of cause and effect. The lonely are given the ability to create companions and servants who will never betray or abandon them, though these artificial relationships provide only the hollow semblance of genuine connection and affection. The process by which these dark gifts are bestowed follows a pattern that has remained consistent across millennia of corruption and fall. The power does not force itself upon potential recipients, but rather waits to be approached, offering its gifts only to those who actively seek them out and consciously choose to accept what is offered. This requirement of conscious choice serves multiple purposes. It ensures that the corruption that follows cannot be dismissed as involuntary possession, and it demonstrates that the seeds of damnation exist within the seekers themselves, rather than being imposed from without. The initial contact between seeker and dark power often comes through dreams or visions that reveal the existence of solutions to problems that conventional magic and mortal effort have proven unable to address. These visions are carefully crafted to appeal to the specific psychological vulnerabilities of their intended targets, showing not abstract promises of power, but concrete demonstrations of how the offered gifts might resolve the particular struggles that have driven the seeker to desperation. Strahd von Zarevich's connection to the Amber Temple predates his transformation into the Lord of Barovia, reaching back to the desperate final days of his war against the supernatural forces that threatened his homeland. It was here that he first learned of the possibility of achieving immortality through undeath. Here that he discovered the rituals that would allow him to continue fighting, even if his mortal form was destroyed by his enemies. The dark powers that dwelt within the temple's amber recognized in him a soul already partially corrupted by the necessities of his long campaign against evil. A mind that had grown desperate enough to consider options that his younger self would have rejected without hesitation. The entity that spoke to Strahd offered him exactly what he believed he needed most: the power to protect what he loved regardless of the cost to himself. It showed him visions of Barovia overrun by the forces of darkness, of Tatiana killed or corrupted by enemies he was too weak to defeat, of all his achievements undone by the simple fact of his mortal limitations. The solution it offered seemed almost reasonable in comparison to such catastrophic failure, a transformation that would grant him the strength to face any enemy and the time to outlast any threat. The ritual that Strahd performed within the temple's halls required sacrifices that went far beyond the conventional components of even the darkest magical ceremonies. He was required to offer up not just his mortality, but his capacity for growth and change, not just his human limitations, but his human potential for redemption and spiritual evolution. The dark power that accepted these offerings gave him exactly what it had promised: immortality, supernatural strength, and the ability to protect what he valued above all else. But like all dark gifts, the power came with consequences that were revealed only after the transformation was complete and irreversible. The immortality granted was not the preservation of his humanity in an eternal form, but its replacement with something that could maintain the memories and desires of the original, while being fundamentally incapable of the love and compassion that had made those memories and desires meaningful. The strength he received was real but came coupled with weaknesses and limitations that made him dependent upon the very forces he had sought to overcome. Most cruelly of all, the protection he had sought for Tatiana became the very thing that ensured her destruction. His transformed nature made it impossible for her to love him as she once had, while his supernatural obsession with preserving their connection doomed her to an existence of constant flight and repeated death. The dark power had kept its bargain with perfect fidelity, giving him exactly what he had asked for while ensuring that what he received would ultimately destroy everything he had sought to preserve. The temple continues to serve its function as a repository of forbidden knowledge, drawing new seekers who believe themselves wise enough to succeed where countless others have failed. The paths that lead to its remote location seem to shift and change according to some inscrutable logic, remaining hidden from those who seek power for selfish ends, while revealing themselves to those whose desperation has reached levels that make them suitable candidates for corruption. The guardians that protect the temple from casual intrusion are not conventional monsters, but rather the transformed remnants of previous seekers who have become so thoroughly corrupted by their contact with the dark powers that they can no longer maintain coherent individual existence. These creatures serve as both warning and protection, demonstrating the ultimate fate that awaits those who delve too deeply into mysteries that were never meant for mortal minds, while ensuring that only the most determined or desperate can reach the amber chambers where the real dangers dwell. The knowledge contained within the temple's libraries goes far beyond simple magical formulas or arcane theories, encompassing insights into the fundamental nature of existence that can drive unprepared minds to madness simply through exposure to concepts too vast and terrible for mortal consciousness to process. These texts describe the creation and destruction of universes as casual exercises in cosmic engineering, detail the true relationships between gods and mortals that reveal the arbitrary nature of divine justice, and provide blueprints for achieving powers that rival those of the entities that mortals worship as deities. Yet, for all its accumulated wisdom, the temple serves primarily as a monument to the futility of seeking ultimate answers to questions that may have no answers, or whose answers are so far beyond mortal comprehension that achieving understanding requires abandoning everything that makes one mortal in the first place. The scholars who built the temple believed that knowledge was inherently valuable, and that truth was always preferable to ignorance, but their preserved remains throughout the structure testify to the danger of pursuing truth without regard for its consequences. The relationship between the Amber Temple and the domain of Barovia is symbiotic and parasitic in equal measure. The temple serves as a source of the supernatural forces that maintain the curse binding Strahd to his realm, while the domain provides a testing ground where the corruption spread by the temple's dark gifts can be observed and refined. The cycle of heroes arriving to challenge Strahd, being defeated or corrupted, and providing new subjects for study has continued for centuries, with each iteration providing data that helps the dark powers within the Amber better understand how to tempt and corrupt the souls of future seekers. Some of those who have sought power within the temple's halls have managed to resist complete corruption, leaving with dark gifts that enhance their abilities, while stopping short of the total transformation that would make them unsuitable for continued existence in mortal society. These partial successes serve the temple's purposes perhaps better than complete failures, for they return to the world as living advertisements for the power that can be found within the Amber, inspiring others to make the dangerous journey to Mount Gakis in pursuit of similar enhancements. The temple's influence extends far beyond its physical location, reaching out through mystical connections to touch the minds of those whose psychological profiles match the preferences of the entities dwelling within the Amber. Scholars researching forbidden topics, heroes facing impossible odds, rulers struggling with decisions that affect the lives of thousands, all may find themselves receiving visions that hint at solutions available to those bold enough to seek them out at the source. Moral complexity of the temple's existence reflects the broader themes that run throughout the domain of Barovia, demonstrating how the pursuit of good ends through questionable means can lead to consequences that make the original problems seem trivial by comparison. The wizards who built the temple genuinely believed they were serving the cause of knowledge and enlightenment, just as Strahd believed he was serving the cause of protection and preservation. Both groups discovered too late that their noble intentions had been corrupted by the very forces they sought to understand and control. The preservation of the temple across millennia serves multiple purposes within the cosmic order that governs the multiverse. It provides a testing ground for those who would seek power beyond mortal limitations, ensuring that such individuals must demonstrate their willingness to pay appropriate prices for what they receive. It serves as a repository for dangerous knowledge that might otherwise spread uncontrolled throughout reality, concentrating threats in a location where they can be monitored and contained. Most importantly, it stands as a warning about the dangers of pursuing ultimate answers to questions that perhaps should remain unanswered. The dreams that emanate from the temple reach across dimensional boundaries to touch susceptible minds throughout the multiverse, creating a constant stream of new seekers who believe themselves different from those who have come before. These dreams are carefully crafted to appeal to the specific psychological profiles that make individuals susceptible to the corruption offered within the amber chambers, showing them visions of power and knowledge that seem perfectly suited to their particular needs and desires. The amber itself continues to grow and change, fed by the corruption of each new seeker who accepts the gifts offered within its glowing depths. New chambers form spontaneously as fresh forms of temptation become necessary, while existing repositories of dark power evolve and adapt to better serve the changing needs of an ever-evolving multiverse. The temple has become a living organism in its own right, growing stronger with each soul that feeds its hunger for knowledge and power, while simultaneously becoming more dangerous to those who would dare to approach it. The ultimate purpose of the Amber Temple remains hidden even from those who serve as its guardians and keepers, suggesting a level of cosmic planning that operates according to timescales and objectives that transcend mortal understanding. It may serve as a component in some vast mechanism designed to test and refine the souls of mortals across the multiverse, or it may represent an evolutionary pressure that encourages the development of wisdom through exposure to the consequences of its absence. Whatever its ultimate purpose, the temple stands as an eternal reminder that the pursuit of knowledge and power, without regard for consequences, leads inevitably to corruption and ruin. It demonstrates that some doors should remain closed, some questions should remain unanswered, and some prices are too high to pay regardless of what they might purchase. Yet it also serves as a testament to the enduring nature of hope, for it continues to attract seekers who believe they can succeed where others have failed, proving that the human spirit's capacity for optimism and ambition is perhaps the most indestructible force in all existence. The Amber Temple waits, patient and eternal, its glowing chambers filled with promises that can corrupt the purest hearts and wisdom that can drive the wisest minds to madness. It offers everything that mortals believe they want, and delivers exactly what they deserve, serving as the ultimate demonstration that the most dangerous enemies we face are not the monsters that lurk in shadows, but the desires that lurk within our own hearts, waiting for the right moment to transform our greatest virtues into the instruments of our most complete damnation. Chapter 11. Heroes in the Mist. The calling of the hero is perhaps the most noble and most dangerous path that any soul can choose to walk, for it requires the willingness to stand against darkness, not for personal gain but for the protection of those who cannot protect themselves, to face overwhelming odds with nothing but courage and conviction as shields against despair. Yet heroism, like all virtues, can become a trap when it encounters forces that understand its nature well enough to turn its very strengths into weaknesses, its very nobility into the means of its corruption. In the cursed realm of Barovia, heroism becomes not a beacon of hope, but a form of bait, drawing the brave and the noble into a web where their finest qualities serve only to make their eventual fall more exquisite and their suffering more profound. The mists that surround Strahd's domain do not call to the wicked or the weak, for such souls would provide little entertainment for their master, and even less challenge to his accumulated power and wisdom. Instead, they reach across the plains of existence to touch the minds and hearts of those who have demonstrated the capacity for genuine heroism, warriors who have stood against impossible odds, clerics whose faith has remained unshaken in the face of cosmic horror, wizards who have used their power to protect rather than exploit, and rogues whose skills serve justice rather than personal gain. The selection process by which these heroes are chosen operates according to criteria that are both precise and mysterious, identifying not just those who possess courage and skill, but those whose psychological profiles make them suitable for the specific roles they are meant to play in Strahd's ongoing tragedy. Some are chosen because their nobility of spirit will provide a dramatic contrast to the corruption that awaits them, others because their particular skills or knowledge might offer genuine challenge to the domain's master, and still others because their presence will catalyze events that serve the deeper cosmic purposes that govern the realm's existence. The transition from their home planes to the domain of Barovia rarely occurs as a simple transportation from one location to another, but rather unfolds as a gradual process that allows the chosen heroes time to adjust to their changing circumstances, while simultaneously beginning the psychological conditioning that will determine how they respond to the trials that await them. The mists might first appear as ordinary fog that seems to follow the heroes as they travel, growing thicker and more persistent until it completely envelops their surroundings and obscures all familiar landmarks. During this transition period, the heroes often experience phenomena that prepare them for the supernatural nature of their destination, while testing their mental resilience and moral flexibility. They might encounter fellow travelers who tell stories that hint at darker truths, discover ruins that suggest civilizations destroyed by forces beyond conventional understanding, or witness events that challenge their assumptions about the nature of reality itself. These experiences serve as both warning and invitation, providing opportunities for the heroes to turn back while simultaneously drawing them deeper into circumstances that will make retreat increasingly difficult. The moment of actual arrival in Barovia is often marked by a profound sense of displacement that goes beyond mere geographical disorientation to encompass a fundamental shift in the nature of existence itself. The air tastes different, heavier, laden with moisture that carries sense of decay and despair, despite the absence of any visible source for such odors. The light falls differently, casting shadows that seem deeper and more substantial than those the heroes have known in their home realms, while colors appear muted and drained of the vibrancy that normally characterizes the living world. The psychological impact of this transition varies greatly, depending upon the individual heroes and the specific circumstances of their arrival, but certain patterns emerge consistently across different groups and time periods. Warriors accustomed to fighting enemies they can see and understand often struggle with the pervasive sense of being watched by unseen observers, while spellcasters find that their magic works differently in this realm, requiring adjustments to techniques that have served them well for years or decades. Clerics and paladins face perhaps the greatest challenges during their initial adjustment to the domain, for they discover that their connection to their deities has been fundamentally altered by their transportation to a realm where different cosmic forces hold sway. Their prayers still receive answers, but those answers often come in forms that require interpretation and analysis rather than providing the clear guidance they have learned to expect. This creates a crisis of faith that begins immediately upon arrival and continues throughout their time in the domain, forcing them to re-examine the nature of their beliefs and the source of their divine power. The first encounters that heroes have with the inhabitants of Barovia serve multiple purposes within the larger framework of their eventual confrontation with the domain's master. These initial interactions provide information about the nature of their situation, while simultaneously beginning the process of psychological manipulation that will influence their choices throughout their stay. The villagers they meet are genuinely in need of aid and protection, creating moral imperatives that draw the heroes into the local conflicts, while gradually revealing the scale and complexity of the problems they face. The requests for help that emerge from these early encounters are carefully calibrated to appeal to the specific heroic impulses that brought each group of champions to the domain in the first place. Warriors are presented with opportunities to protect the innocent from supernatural predators, while spellcasters are asked to solve problems that require both magical expertise and moral judgment. Clerics find themselves ministering to souls that have been wounded in ways that conventional healing cannot address, while rogues discover that their unique skills are essential for gathering information and navigating social situations where direct confrontation would prove counterproductive. Each successful resolution of these smaller problems serves to build the hero's confidence, while simultaneously increasing their investment in the welfare of the domain's inhabitants. They begin to see themselves not as unwilling prisoners, but as chosen champions who have been brought to Barovia for the express purpose of providing aid to those who cannot help themselves. This shift in perspective is crucial for the psychological manipulation that follows, as it transforms their captivity into a mission and their suffering into a form of noble sacrifice. The gradual revelation of Strahd's existence and his role as the source of the domain's problems follows a pattern that has been refined over centuries of practice. Initially, the heroes learn of him only through whispered references and fearful glances, building an image of threat that may exceed or fall short of the reality, depending upon their own experiences and expectations. Local inhabitants speak of him in terms that blend respect and terror, describing acts of both protection and predation that create a complex portrait of a figure who defies simple categorization as either hero or villain. The first direct contact between the heroes and their ultimate adversary often occurs through intermediaries, messages delivered by ravens, invitations extended through local officials, or encounters with servants who speak with their master's voice, while maintaining careful distance from the heroes themselves. These initial communications serve to establish the ground rules for the relationship that will develop between the champions and the Lord of the Domain, demonstrating his awareness of their presence, while avoiding the immediate confrontation that might result in their premature destruction. Strahd's approach to dealing with heroes who enter his domain reflects both his accumulated experience in such matters and his complex psychological needs as a creature caught between his former nobility and his current corruption. He understands that direct intimidation or immediate attack would rob him of the entertainment and emotional stimulation that their presence provides, while complete passivity would fail to test their worth and determine their suitability for the roles he has in mind for them. The challenges that he arranges for the heroes to face are designed to test not just their courage and skill, but their moral integrity and psychological resilience. They are presented with situations where the right choice is not immediately obvious, where helping some people requires abandoning others, and where victory can only be achieved through compromises that gradually erode the moral clarity that initially motivated their heroic calling. Each decision they make provides Strahd with valuable information about their character, while simultaneously beginning the process of corruption that may eventually make them more suitable for permanent residence in his domain. The supernatural nature of many of these challenges ensures that conventional heroic responses often prove inadequate or even counterproductive. Enemies that can be defeated in battle may return stronger than before, while problems that can be solved through magical intervention may simply transform into different but equally serious difficulties. The heroes find themselves forced to think creatively and adaptively, developing new strategies for dealing with threats that operate according to rules they do not fully understand. The psychological pressure of operating in an environment where their normal advantages may be neutralized or turned against them creates stress that accumulates over time, gradually wearing down even the most resilient champions. They begin to make mistakes that they would never have made under normal circumstances, allowing Strahd to exploit weaknesses that might otherwise have remained hidden throughout their entire careers as heroes. The domain itself serves as both battlefield and psychological laboratory, its geography and climate shifting to provide appropriate settings for the tests that Strahd has designed for his unwilling guests. Forests become mazes that trap the unwary, while ruins reveal secrets that challenge the hero's assumptions about the nature of good and evil. Weather patterns change to reflect the emotional state of the domain's master, creating additional pressure that affects both the practical aspects of the hero's mission and their morale as they struggle to maintain hope in an environment that seems designed to crush optimism. The inhabitants of Barovia serve dual roles as both genuine victims requiring aid and unwitting agents in Strahd's psychological manipulation of the heroes. Their suffering is real, and their need for protection legitimate, but their presence in specific locations and their requests for particular forms of assistance are often orchestrated to serve the larger purposes of their Dark Lord. The heroes find themselves caught between their desire to help these innocent souls and their growing awareness that their very efforts to provide aid may be serving the agenda of the creature they ultimately hope to defeat. This moral complexity creates internal conflict that proves more damaging to heroic resolve than any external enemy possibly could. The champions begin to question not just their tactics and strategies, but their fundamental understanding of what it means to be heroic in a world where good intentions can be perverted into instruments of evil, where the very act of trying to help may cause more harm than inaction would produce. The longer the heroes remain in the domain, the more they begin to understand the true nature of their situation and the extent of the forces arrayed against them. They realize that they are not merely facing a powerful enemy, but confronting a cosmic principle that has been given physical form and supernatural power. Their weapons and spells, no matter how mighty, are insufficient for the task before them, because the problem they face transcends the material realm and touches upon fundamental questions about the nature of existence itself. Some heroes respond to this realization by redoubling their efforts and seeking new sources of power that might prove more effective against their supernatural adversary. They delve into forbidden knowledge, make pacts with questionable entities, or adopt tactics that compromise their moral principles in pursuit of victory at any cost. These choices often provide temporary advantages, while setting in motion longer-term consequences that serve Strahd's purposes better than outright failure would have done. Others attempt to find alternative solutions that avoid direct confrontation with the domain's master, while still addressing the suffering of its inhabitants. They focus on protecting specific individuals, establishing safe havens, or finding ways to mitigate the worst effects of the curse without challenging its fundamental existence. These approaches can provide meaningful help to some of the domain's residents, while simultaneously demonstrating the futility of attempting to solve cosmic problems through limited mortal action. The most dangerous response from Strahd's perspective comes from heroes who maintain their moral integrity while adapting their methods to address the unique challenges of their situation. These champions refuse to compromise their principles, even when such compromise might provide tactical advantages, instead seeking creative solutions that uphold their values while still making progress toward their ultimate goals. They represent the greatest threat to the domain's continued existence because they embody the possibility that heroism might indeed triumph over corruption if it remains true to its essential nature. The ultimate test that faces all heroes who enter Strahd's domain is not whether they can defeat him in battle, but whether they can maintain their essential humanity while confronting forces that seem designed to strip away everything that makes heroism possible. They must find ways to preserve hope in an environment dedicated to its destruction, maintain compassion in circumstances that seem to reward cruelty, and hold on to their moral principles when those principles appear to be liabilities rather than strengths. The few heroes who have succeeded in this ultimate test have not necessarily destroyed Strahd or freed the domain from its curse, but they have demonstrated that corruption is not inevitable, that nobility of spirit can persist even in the darkest circumstances, and that the light of heroism can continue to shine even when surrounded by overwhelming darkness. Their examples serve as beacons for future champions, while simultaneously proving that the cosmic forces represented by the domain are not omnipotent, that there exist principles more powerful than fear and corruption, and that the story of good versus evil is far from over. In the end, the heroes who enter the mists surrounding Barovia discover that their greatest enemy is not the vampire lord who rules the domain, but the despair that whispers in their ears that their efforts are meaningless, their sacrifices are wasted, and their hope is nothing more than a cruel delusion. Those who can resist this ultimate corruption find that they possess power far greater than any magic or weaponry, the power to maintain their humanity in circumstances designed to destroy it, to choose hope over despair regardless of external circumstances, and to demonstrate through their example that heroism is not about winning or losing, but about continuing to fight for what is right even when victory seems impossible. The mists continue to call to new heroes, drawing them into Strahd's web with promises of adventure and opportunities for glory, but also offering them the chance to prove that some things are more important than personal survival, that some principles are worth defending regardless of the cost, and that the light of heroism, once kindled, can never be completely extinguished by any force in existence. Whether they succeed or fail in their immediate mission, they become part of a larger story that transcends individual victory or defeat, contributing to a cosmic narrative that may ultimately determine whether darkness or light will prevail in the eternal struggle that defines the very nature of existence itself. Chapter 12. The Curse Eternal. At the heart of every great tragedy lies a fundamental question about the nature of justice, redemption, and the possibility of forgiveness for sins so profound that they seem to transcend the normal boundaries of mortal transgression. When we contemplate the eternal punishment of those who have committed acts of ultimate evil, we must grapple with the uncomfortable truth that mercy and justice do not always align, that the scales of cosmic balance may require weights that exceed our capacity for compassion, and that some choices create consequences so vast and enduring that they reshape the very fabric of reality around them. The curse that binds Strahd von Zarovich to the domain of Barovia represents perhaps the most perfect example of cosmic justice in action, not the simple justice of crime and punishment, but the complex, layered justice that emerges when a soul's choices create ripples that extend far beyond the immediate circumstances of their transgression. It is a curse born, not from divine wrath or infernal contract, but from the fundamental laws that govern the relationship between action and consequence, choice and destiny, love and corruption. To understand the true nature of this eternal torment, we must first recognize that Strahd's punishment is not arbitrary cruelty imposed by vengeful gods, but rather the inevitable result of choices made by a soul that possessed every advantage, every opportunity for nobility, and every reason to choose light over darkness. He was not born to evil, not compelled by circumstances beyond his control, not corrupted by forces he could not resist. Instead, he walked willingly down a path that led from heroism to monstrosity, trading away pieces of his humanity, one compromise at a time, until nothing remained but the shell of greatness wrapped around a heart that had forgotten how to beat with anything other than the rhythm of possession and despair. The cyclical nature of his torment reflects the fundamental truth that some forms of corruption cannot be undone through conventional means of repentance or redemption. Strahd's transformation was not merely a change in his physical nature or magical abilities, but a fundamental alteration of his spiritual essence that made him incapable of the very emotions and impulses that redemption requires. He cannot truly love, because his obsession has replaced affection with ownership. He cannot genuinely repent, because his pride prevents him from acknowledging the full extent of his fall. He cannot achieve wisdom because his accumulated power has insulated him from the consequences that might teach him better choices. Yet the curse is not without mercy, for it provides him with endless opportunities to confront the truth of what he has become, and to make different choices that might lead to different outcomes. Each incarnation of Tatiana who appears in his domain represents a chance for him to demonstrate that he has learned from his past failures, that he can choose her happiness over his own desires, that he can love selflessly rather than possessively. Each group of heroes who enters the mists offers him the possibility of finding redemption through service to their noble cause, rather than opposition to their efforts. The tragedy of these opportunities is that Strahd's very nature makes it impossible for him to recognize them as such. He sees Tatiana's incarnations not as chances for redemption, but as prizes to be won, challenges to be overcome, or possessions to be reclaimed. He views the heroes who challenge him not as potential allies in achieving his own salvation, but as threats to be neutralized, or toys to be played with, until their entertainment value is exhausted. His corruption has become so complete that he cannot perceive the very possibilities that might free him from his eternal torment. This creates the exquisite cruelty that lies at the heart of his punishment. He is offered salvation repeatedly, but his nature prevents him from accepting it, even when it is placed directly before him. Like a man dying of thirst who cannot see the water that surrounds him, Strahd exists in a state of spiritual blindness that makes rescue impossible even when rescuers are willing to risk everything to save him. His curse is not that redemption is impossible, but that he has become incapable of choosing redemption even when it is freely offered. The domain of Barovia itself reflects this fundamental paradox, serving as both prison and potential paradise, depending upon the choices made by its inhabitants. The land could flourish if its master chose to nurture rather than exploit it. The people could prosper if their lord protected rather than preyed upon them, and the realm could become a beacon of hope rather than a monument to despair, if the one who rules it could remember what it means to serve rather than to possess. The mists that surround the domain serve as both barrier and invitation, keeping the cursed realm separate from the rest of existence, while also ensuring that fresh souls continue to arrive to participate in the ongoing drama of possible redemption and inevitable failure. They respond to Strahd's subconscious desires as much as his conscious will, bringing him exactly what he needs to grow spiritually, even as they provide him with what he thinks he wants to maintain his current existence. The cosmic forces that created and maintain the curse operate according to principles that transcend mortal understanding of fairness or proportionality. They represent the universe's attempt to balance scales that were thrown into disequilibrium by choices so profound that they created wounds in the fabric of reality itself. Strahd's crimes were not merely personal transgressions but cosmic violations, the corruption of love into obsession, the perversion of protection into control, the transformation of nobility into tyranny. The weight of these violations created distortions in the spiritual order that could only be balanced by consequences of equal magnitude and duration. The curse serves not as punishment for punishment's sake, but as a mechanism for containing and potentially healing the damage that Strahd's fall has caused to the fundamental structures that govern the relationship between love and power, sacrifice and selfishness, mortality and immortality. From this perspective, Strahd's eternal torment serves a purpose that extends far beyond his individual case, providing a cosmic example of the consequences that await those who would corrupt the highest virtues into instruments of their own damnation. His story serves as both warning and instruction, demonstrating to other souls across the multiverse that some choices carry prices that cannot be paid in any single lifetime, and that some forms of power come with responsibilities that extend into eternity. The inhabitants of Barovia who share in this curse represent additional layers of complexity in the cosmic justice being enacted within the domain's borders. They are not mere collateral damage in Strahd's punishment, but participants in a larger drama about the nature of collective responsibility and the ways in which individual choices affect entire communities. Their suffering serves multiple purposes, providing Strahd with constant reminders of the cost of his actions, offering him opportunities to practice compassion and selfless service, and demonstrating the ripple effects that flow from the corruption of those placed in positions of power and authority. Yet even these innocent victims are not without agency in their own fate. Their responses to their circumstances help determine whether the domain moves closer to redemption or deeper into damnation. Acts of kindness and courage among the villagers create pockets of light within the darkness, while surrender to despair and corruption adds to the weight of evil that Strahd must eventually overcome if he is to achieve salvation. The heroes who enter the domain from outside represent perhaps the most crucial element in the cosmic machinery that governs the curse. They serve as agents of potential change, bringing with them perspectives and possibilities that exist outside the closed system of corruption and despair that would otherwise define the realm's existence. Their choices and actions can tip the balance toward redemption or destruction, creating moments of genuine possibility within circumstances that might otherwise be predetermined. The ultimate question that haunts the domain of Barovia is whether redemption is truly possible for a soul that has fallen as far as Strahd has fallen, or whether some transformations are so complete that they represent a fundamental change in the nature of existence itself. The evidence suggests that the possibility remains, but only if Strahd can somehow transcend the very nature that his choices have created, achieving a level of spiritual evolution that would essentially recreate him as a different kind of being altogether. This possibility exists not through any external intervention or magical solution, but through the incredibly difficult process of making choices that run counter to every instinct and desire that his corruption has instilled in him. He would need to choose Tatiana's happiness over his own desires, the welfare of his domain over his personal power, and the redemption of others over his own preservation. Such choices would require him to act against his fundamental nature so completely that they would essentially constitute a form of spiritual suicide, the death of what he has become to allow for the rebirth of what he might yet be. He cannot choose love over possession because he no longer understands the difference between them. He cannot choose service over control because his identity has become so bound up with dominance that surrender would feel like annihilation. Yet the curse persists, and with it the endless cycle of opportunity and failure that defines existence within the domain. Each new incarnation of Tatiana brings with her the possibility that this time might be different, that somehow Strahd might find within himself the strength to make different choices. Each group of heroes who challenges him carries the potential to serve as catalysts for the transformation that might break the cycle of tragedy and allow for genuine resolution. The domain of Barovia stands as a monument to the power of choice and the weight of consequence, demonstrating that every decision we make echoes through eternity, and that the greatest tragedies are often those that spring from the highest aspirations corrupted by the deepest flaws. In contemplating the eternal curse that binds Strahd to his domain, we are forced to confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of justice, mercy, and the possibility of forgiveness for sins that seem to transcend the normal bounds of mortal transgression. We must grapple with the question of whether some souls are beyond salvation, or whether the possibility of redemption exists for all beings, regardless of how far they may have fallen from grace. The answer, like the curse itself, remains eternally suspended between hope and despair, possibility and impossibility, love and corruption. Strahd's story continues to unfold across the centuries, each chapter offering new opportunities for resolution, while simultaneously demonstrating the tragic persistence of choices made long ago, but whose consequences continue to shape reality in the present moment. Perhaps the true meaning of the curse lies not in its resolution, but in its continuation, the endless demonstration that choice matters, that actions have consequences, and that the struggle between light and darkness is not a battle to be won once and forgotten, but an eternal contest that defines the very nature of existence itself. In this reading, Strahd's torment serves not as punishment but as instruction, not as damnation, but as an ongoing lesson about the weight of responsibility that comes with power, love, and the capacity to choose our own destiny. The mists continue to swirl around the domain of Barovia, carrying within them the whispers of countless souls who have been touched by this eternal tragedy. They speak of love corrupted into obsession, of protection transformed into control, of nobility fallen into tyranny. But they also carry hints of another possibility, that somewhere within the darkness, a spark of the original light still burns, waiting for the right moment, the right choice, the right combination of courage and compassion to kindle it into a flame that might finally illuminate the path to redemption. Until that moment comes, if it ever does, the curse endures as a testament to the enduring power of choice and consequence, hope and despair, love and corruption. It stands as proof that some stories are too important to end, too meaningful to resolve, and too instructive to conclude. In its eternal continuation, we find both warning and inspiration, a reminder of how far we can fall when we lose sight of our highest principles, and evidence that the possibility of redemption never truly dies, no matter how deeply it may be buried beneath the weight of our failures and regrets. The curse is eternal, but so too is the hope that somehow, some way, love might yet triumph over obsession, service might overcome selfishness, and the light of true nobility might finally banish the shadows that have held sway for far too long. In that hope lies the ultimate meaning of Strahd's story, not as a tale of irredeemable damnation, but as an eternal testament to the possibility that even the darkest night must eventually give way to dawn, and that no soul, no matter how lost, is ever completely beyond the reach of grace.